Hey, what's up, guys? It's Nick Atkin on SCMP MMA South China Morning Post. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. We are gonna get underway with the One Championship Media Day face-offs for Empower in about 10 minutes. I've just woken up. Had to make my coffee. Sorry. Cook my eggs for my breakfast. So apologies again. Please do let me know if there are any technical difficulties, because when I stream these shows, I have to run it through this program called Loopback, and I always forget how to do it each time because it's sort of 2 months in between me doing each one. So if you cannot hear me at any point, please just put a message in the comments over on the box there just to let me know. I think it's okay now. I'm presuming it's okay now, but once I start streaming this Zoom conference, things could get dicey. They always do. So please give me a heads up if you cannot hear the Zoom call when I stream it live here for you in about 5-10 minutes, because I have no way of knowing unless I jump on my phone and check to see if it's working properly. So it's not very easy for me. I'm sure it will mess up the first time around and then we'll get it right. But luckily, we are here for about 3 hours, maybe more, so 3.5 hours. So we've got plenty of time to fix it if there are any problems. That's the good news. But yeah, hey guys, good to see some of you again. Seppi a lot. Haven't seen you for a while. How have you been, Darcy? Knight of the Silver Rose, hello as well. Good to see you. And Yen, I'm here. Sorry for the delay. Hello, WMA scene now. Good to see some regulars here, as always. We will be getting underway very soon. Who's first up? All right, I've got the schedule here. It should be in the description of the video below this, if you need to know. 10 a.m. First up is Anissa Meksen. And then we got Jackie Buntan, 10:15. Mei Yamaguchi, 10:30. And then we're going to get into some of these Atomweight Grand Prix face-off interviews, which should be fun over Zoom with translators and whatnot. Itsuki Hirata and Alyse Anderson, the first face-off at 11 a.m. Then Denice Zamboanga and Ham Seo Hee, 11:30 a.m. Then we got Alyona Rassohyna and Stamp Fairtex midday. These are all Singapore times. Sorry, guys. Hong Kong as well. Don't know where you are in the world. You'll have to do the maths, not me. And then Meng Bo and Ritu, 12:30. And then finally, Xiong Jingnan and Michelle Nicolini at 1 p.m. So it's going to be a long old afternoon. Luckily, this new apartment I live in has a much comfier chair than the old apartment. It's got cushions and everything. Some back support. That's very important during these marathon media days. I used to just have a wooden chair, which hurt my back and my arse. So very excited about that. Yeah, translators going to throw bars at each other. Indeed, it's always interesting when you get the translators involved. And every time we use them, there's always some people commenting on videos saying, the translator is awful. You got that completely wrong. You need to use a better translator. It's not my fault. I don't use, one puts the translator up, not us. So, but always nice to know if there is an incorrect translation, because we don't want to misquote anyone. Nothing like that. All right. I think, yeah, it's just me today. I will be dipping out. Well, I'll keep the stream up, but I'm going to have to join a weekly meeting for my SCMP sport desk at 10 o'clock as well. So I'll be looking at that on my phone, maybe over in the corner, but I'll keep this up so you guys won't miss a thing. Leon may be joining us at some point after all the interviews. You never know. Leon likes to dip in and out. John GHK might as well. I'm just texting him now. So yeah, it's gonna be fun as always, guys. Just 1 second. Let me message GHK. Right. If they're actually decent translators, yeah, we don't know. We never know. the ones I've dealt with, I've always felt they're good. But yeah, I have had people come back on comments and say they got this and that wrong. Happens a lot, more than you'd think in MMA. Especially even with the UFC as well. When we went to Korea, me and JHK, all the Korean athletes, the translator got slated on our YouTube comments, and I think, yeah, I don't know. Go back and look at them from Busan, 2019 December. What can I do? I have no idea what they're saying. I've just got to trust blindly that they are saying the correct things. But anyway, yeah, Anissa Meksen up in 5 minutes, finally making her one championship debut. It's been a while, and she's had a couple of change of opponents, I think. And now I do believe it's Christina Morales. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have lost one fight from this card, which is sad. I was looking forward to seeing that. We have lost Grace Cleveland against Jenilyn Alsim, who beat Bina Wen for the right to be in an alternate matchup for this Grand Prix. So we now only have one alternate matchup for the Grand Prix, at least on this card. They may run that fight some other time. Maybe they'll shove it in on the Revolution card. You never know. Yeah. So Jenilyn beat B. I'm going to be speaking to B on Wednesday tomorrow morning. So look out for that. Should be up midday Wednesday Hong Kong time. So make sure you check back. There's going to be a lot of content coming out this week, guys. But here's John. Here is Mr. JHK. Hello, John. Thanks for saving me. I've just been on my own here.
I was stalking you. I was watching the whole time. I was seeing if if you were bashing me because I didn't come on today or something. So I had to.
No, never bashing.
For a little while.
No bashing.
But, so what's
bashing in English means like a little bit different. It's like masturbating, having a bash in England.
Oh, in certain parts of America, bash means to have intercourse. So.
Oh, really?
I guess every place has a different use for the word bash, but nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing too wild, right?
I hope so. It's not going to be that wild on this show. I really hope. But
what is this face-off interview thing like? I'm very curious about that. What's going on with that?
I think it's just those ones I did with Alan and Rug and Ongla and Rainier. I think just they're gonna have them talking at the same time and trying to get a little bit of fuck, I forgot to turn the money on for this. Good thing I realized. Yeah, I think they're just gonna have them talking shit to each other or hoping that they get a little bit feisty. I don't know, but normally they're just very respectful, right? So,
well,
it doesn't even.
They missed out having you there doing them all. Just you're
it's
like
Rich
the pro
Franklin.
at it.
It's Rich today, so no Gianni. I think I'm excited to see how Rich gets on. Maybe he can get some of these people to have a pop at each other. Who knows?
Yeah, but then they have to.
Have you got me on in the background? Sorry, somewhere.
A little bit. Why, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What about that? What about that?
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. All right, good. Yeah, man. It's finally here, man. It's finally here. I'm just like
the Grand Prix. Yeah, I thought yesterday, like, fuck, it's gonna happen finally. Yeah, that's good.
Did you see? What was interesting is I wonder, like the interview that I did with Ham, and she was saying that before the the interview that I did with her in March, she said she didn't really study Denice, like she didn't really see because she was at the start of her camp. But now that she's had like months and months go by and she's watched Denice, she really says she doesn't see really much danger in that fight, man. And I'm very interested, man, like how confident she is, heading into this fight against Denice. And have you interviewed Denice? Like, you haven't talked to her in a while, right?
No, I haven't, not for a while. But the one I did months ago, just still picking up traffic and comments, so it's fine. And nothing's really changed for Denice. She's had one opponent the whole time, so I didn't really feel the need to get her again. But yeah, I do like Denice. So and as I say, that's my favorite fight on the whole bracket, and I think the winner of that is probably going to win the whole thing. So my eyes will be on that one. Let me just make a little banner here. Anissa Meksen.
That's what Mei Yamaguchi told me. She told me like whoever wins this fight between Denice and Ham is probably gonna win the whole thing. So, any word on like what happened with the alternate fight?
No, someone in the comments is asking about that. I have no
Okay.
information, guys. I thought you might know more because you have a bit of a line to Grace Cleveland, right? You were going to speak to her.
Well, yeah. She told me that she was having health issues, so that's why she had to pull out. But I was thinking like maybe they could have replaced her with somebody. You know what I mean? Like why not? If you could have one more fight, but maybe what's her name? Olsim. She might be pretty banged up, man. That was not too long ago, that fight.
Well,
recording in progress.
Okay. I think here we go. I'm going to have to switch over to.
Oh, you got the technology going on.
Yeah. Let me try. Please, everyone, tell me if you cannot hear the Zoom once it is there. Oh, I see Mr. Whitelaw.
Good day, everyone from Asia. Thanks
What?
for joining us live today for the One Empower Face-Off Media Day.
What the fuck?
My name is Andrew Whitelaw, and today some of the women competing at One Empower will be doing their media interviews together. This stacked all-women card will be aired live from Singapore on September the 3rd at 8:30 p.m. in the Singapore time zone, which is 8:30 a.m. Eastern. For other local times, please make sure you check out the One Championship website for more information. Without further ado, let's get this media day started. Interviews and athletes' timings should be coming up on your screen. There are two ways to ask questions. First option is to please raise your hands, and you will be unmuted when I call your name and publication to ask the question. Alternatively, you can type your questions on the Zoom chat directed to the host. As you can see, the media times for today are up on your screen, and we will be kicking off today's face-off interview session with 7-time kickboxing and Muay Thai world champion Anissa Meksen. Thank you, Anissa, for your time today. We appreciate you joining us. First up, how does it feel to be in Singapore, debuting in such a huge promotion like One Championship?
Écoute, je suis super contente d'être là, tout se passe bien. On a été très très bien accueillis. Toutes les conditions sont bonnes. Maintenant, il n'y a plus qu'à boxer finalement.
It was a very well welcome. Everyone welcomed us very well. And now we're just waiting to box.
What do you want fans to see in your One debut? How do you plan on introducing yourself to the One fans who don't know you yet? And what kind of a statement are you looking to make?
J'ai envie de tout simplement marquer les esprits. Je suis préparée comme jamais et j'ai vraiment à cœur à faire un gros combat. Je veux choquer le monde, tout simplement.
I want to make an impact. I want to show the world how good I am at it so people can remember me.
We have a question coming in from Leon Jennings from Asian Persuasion MMA, who says, how does it feel to be competing in One? You've competed in Glory and around the world. How do you feel about this stage? Is it the biggest stage you've ever performed on?
Déjà, je suis très fière de boxer au One. C'est tout simplement la continuité de ma carrière. Et c'est vrai que j'ai boxé partout. Et le One, c'est la concrétisation finalement de ma carrière. Et du coup, je suis très fière et honorée de pouvoir boxer dans une telle organisation.
I'm very proud to be competing here on championship. It's in the continuity of my career. And so I'm very happy and very proud to be on this stage.
A reminder to media that you can ask questions in two ways. We'll either unmute your microphone and you'll be able to ask your question directly, or you can type your questions into the chat. We now have another question from Leon Jennings from Asian Persuasion MMA. Leon, please ask your question.
Again?
Hey, Anissa. Just wondering, what are your thoughts on Janet Todd? And do you think if you make a statement win this Friday night, you'll be challenging her next?
Exactement. Là, le but, c'est vraiment de marquer d'abord les esprits sur ce combat. Donc, je suis concentrée vraiment sur ce combat. Et après, je vais appeler le combat. J'ai envie de boxer pour la ceinture, tout simplement, et faire face à la championne Janet Todd. Je la respecte beaucoup. C'est une très bonne boxeuse. Et je pense que c'est le combat à faire et que tous les fans vont le voir.
Exactly. I'm very focused on the fight. I really respect my opponent. She's very good. But I want to make an impact for people to remember me, and I'm going to give everything I have.
C'est pas trop ça.
Our next question comes from Brick of No Judges Necessary. Brick, please ask your question. Brick from No Judges Necessary, can you hear us?
Where's Brick? Brick, where are you?
Brick, are you there?
That's an awesome name, Brick.
We'll move on to our next media member then. Dylan Bowker from My MMA News.
Dylan.
Please ask your
My
question.
man,
The big dog, Dylan.
big dog.
Hey there, I
Whoa, whoa.
appreciate you taking my call. I'm just curious because Anissa has, such a decorated resume, titles in Glory, ISKA belts, Waco titles, etc. How important would it be to, embark on a path to capturing a title within one championship? Like, would that be a real capstone to the overall legacy?
Je sais pas beaucoup ce qu'il a dit, si tu peux traduire.
Excuse me, can you repeat? I'm having a problem with my sound.
Oh, it's okay. I'm just wondering because, captured titles in Glory, ISKA, Waco titles, how important would it be to capture a title within one championship?
Avec tous ces titres, capturer ce nouveau titre à One Championship, quelle est l'importance pour toi?
Il est vraiment important. C'est la concrétisation de ma carrière, tout simplement. J'ai signé pour attraper la ceinture en kickboxing et en boxe thaï. Du coup, je suis focus dessus et voilà, j'ai à cœur à bien faire et je veux absolument ces ceintures et je me donnerai les moyens de réussir.
It's extremely important for me. I get a title in Thai boxing and others, and this is my focus. I really want to have this one, and I'm going to do everything I can to get it.
Thanks so much for the time.
We have a text question coming in from Jude Briosis of Overtime Heroics MMA, who asks, you signed with One a year ago, but it was not until now that you'll be fighting. How does it feel to finally step into the One circle and showcase what you're capable of?
Franchement, je ressens un gros soulagement parce que ça fait 1 an et demi que j'ai pas boxé et là, j'ai à cœur à boxer. Vraiment, ça devient limite insoutenable. Du coup, là, je suis tellement pressée, je peux même pas vous parler tellement de l'émotion que je ressens, mais je suis tellement pressée de boxer et j'ai tellement hâte d'y être.
Yeah, I'm impatient. I've signed. I'm relieved to be fighting. I've been waiting to fight for a year and a half. I'm emotionally overwhelmed, and I really want to fight. I really want to do this.
Our next question comes from Jack Gotzel from Tarps Off Sports. Jack, please go ahead with your question.
Hi, Anissa. So in your last, in 3 of your last 4 victories, you've been able to get a stoppage. How do you see this particular fight going?
Qu'est-ce qu'il a dit exactement?
Sur les 3 des 4 derniers combats, si j'ai bien compris, il y a eu un arrêt. Comment est-ce que tu ressens ce prochain combat? Comment est-ce qu'il va se dérouler pour toi?
Franchement, je respecte énormément mon adversaire, mais je suis là je vise le chaos concrètement. Je vise pas à la fin du combat. Je vise à abréger le combat le plus rapidement possible. j'ai à cœur à bien faire, comme je l'ai dit, et je suis tellement pressée de monter sur le ring que je vais tout faire pour que ça dure pas longtemps.
I respect my my competitor, but I'm looking for the KO. I want to make it fast and quick. I'm not going to wait. I'm going to give everything I have to make this quick.
If you are successful in this fight, are you looking to gradually go through the division, or are you trying to conquer a belt as quickly as possible?
Oui, non, j'ai tout simplement envie de disputer la ceinture contre Jeannette Todd. Là, je vais appeler le combat après si tout se passe bien, quoi. J'ai vraiment à cœur à bien faire là ce vendredi, et après, je veux la ceinture dans cette division, absolument.
I'm looking for the belt. I want to fight here and make it good. And after that, I'm targeting the belt right away.
Thank you so much for your time.
Our next question coming in from Faris Farhan from Singapore Strike Sports kind of follows on from that. One atomweight kickboxing world champion, Janet Todd, has previously commented earlier this year that she wants to fight you, as you are one of the best kickboxers in the world. What would you like to say to the champion?
Déjà, je respecte ce qu'elle a dit, et surtout, je vais lui montrer que je suis la meilleure, tout simplement, et que elle a appelé le combat, j'ai appelé le combat, et j'espère que le One fera en sorte de faire ce combat, parce que tous les fans veulent voir ce combat, tout simplement. Avant décembre, si possible.
I'm sorry, I'm having crumbs. I'm looking for this combat, for this fight. She called it, I called it, and I'm very excited, and I'm going to show the world that I'm the best.
A follow-up question from Faris. In some regards, you already alluded to this, that you're looking for the knockout, but he says you'll be facing your fellow fighter from ISKA. Both of you are ISKA K1 world champions in your weight class and debuting in one. Can we expect the knockout? Do you think that background gives you an added chance of putting her away?
Tu peux traduire, s'il te plaît, la fin,
Vous êtes les deux championnes en kickboxing. Est-ce que tu penses quel est le moyen pour toi d'avoir la main, d'avoir l'avantage?
Je le sentirai de toute façon dès le début du combat. S'il y a une opportunité, je la saisirai tout simplement. En fait, je prévois jamais de comment je vais mettre KO mon adversaire. C'est vraiment au feeling, à la sensation, quoi.
I will see during the fight how I feel, but as soon as I see an opportunity, I will take it and take her out.
We had an earlier text question from No Judges Necessary podcast, who asked, with the differences with hydration tests and weight cutting in one, have you experienced any difference in your preparation?
Non, pas du tout. J'ai pas changé mon mode de préparation. Il faut savoir que j'ai un poids stable tout le temps à 54 kilos. Et du coup, je régule les 2 dernières semaines pour faire le poids et espérer être hydratée. En tout cas, on m'a expliqué le protocole et du coup, je vais tout faire pour être au poids et être hydratée le jour J.
No, I haven't had any change in my preparation. I have a very stable weight at 54 kilos. I was aware of the protocol, but I don't think that's changed anything. I would try to maintain and stay hydrated.
With one championship offering so many different disciplines and opportunities, what are your goals in the promotion? And do you have plans to compete in Muay Thai as well?
Bien sûr. Là, même si je suis focus sur le combat, quand j'ai signé le One, mon objectif est clair, c'est de prendre les ceintures à 52 kilos en kickboxing et en boxe thaï et aller les chercher à 57 kilos dans la division au-dessus en kickboxing pareil et en Muay Thai. Aller chercher finalement 4 ceintures, faire ce qui n'a jamais été fait encore.
Of course, I'm looking to fight and to get those belt at 52 kilos in Muay Thai and kickboxing, and also at 56, 57 kilos, both also in Muay Thai and Thai boxing.
Merci bien, Anissa. I'm sure I can speak for everyone when I say we are hugely excited to have you in One Championship. Thank you for joining us today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
We're now joined by Jackie Buntan, strawweight Muay Thai contender. Thank you for joining us, Jackie, who will be with us imminently. She's competing for the third time this year. She'll be with us any moment now. A reminder to the media who have questions, you can get them in by asking, or you can also text your question and we will come to you. We will be joined by Jackie any moment now.
Man, she sounds like Anissa sounds like she's gonna go out there and kill somebody, but like in the nice French way, you know. So, what do you guys think in the comments? What do you think about Anissa? Do you think she's gonna come in and just wreck shop? You think she's gonna be the champion instantly? What do you guys think? Let me know. Because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I've never seen Anissa fight before. I didn't really see the glory and all that. So some of you guys might know more than me, but you guys are here Friday. And Jackie Buntan. Probably Jackie. Itsuki Hirata was running on treadmill and on a suit on IG Live an hour ago. Oh god. You guys got here. She's going to want to touch Janet, so she will fight. Take the fight. Can't wait to see her in one, of course. Now. The new music is drowning out Dave HK. Oh, sorry. Maybe this is my background music. So should I just speak louder? Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now? Let me know, people. Let me know your predictions in the chat. Is Anissa gonna go in there and wreck Morales? Or is Morales going to be able to come in and get the upset? Let me know. Let me know, people. All right, I'll just speak louder when the music's on. Not too bad. Pretty good music. Pretty good soundtrack. Would you rather? Do you guys like this, or do you like the Bring the Pain that the UFC puts out? Oh, there you go.
We are now joined by Jackie Buntan, strawweight Muay Thai contender, an absolute star. She's competed 3 times this year with 3 victories and is a massive fan favorite. Jackie, how have you changed as a fighter since your last bout? Every time we see you, you seem to get better and better.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I feel like after every fight, even just training days, you know, you always go back to the drawing board and see your mistakes. And, you know, I think from the last fight, I know where I fell short, and I was able to really understand that and, you know, fix those flaws.
Dylan Bowker from My MMA News, your mic is open. Please ask your question.
Hey there, Jackie. I appreciate you making some time.
Hi, thank you.
I'm just curious because I was noticing the Instagram picture there of you working with K1 flyweight champ Kana Morimoto, and then also getting in work with, one championship atomweight kickboxing champ Janet Todd. I'm kind of curious about the machinations of all that, and if you can provide insight into the specific work with both of those individuals.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's the true definition of iron sharpens iron. She messaged Janet maybe a little more than a month ago that she's coming to LA to train, and my fight wasn't for sure booked at the time, probably not until a week she came in. So it was just perfect timing to have her around for my training camp. And, training with her has opened my eyes to different style that she has. And it was a whole learning off of each other type of thing. So I was really grateful for her time at Boxing Works.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing those skills in the circle there. Thanks, Jackie.
Yeah.
Up next, Leon Jennings from Asian Persuasion MMA. Go ahead, Leon.
Hey, Jackie.
Hi.
How does it feel? How proud are you to be on this historic all-female card?
Oh, very proud. I mean, it's pretty unreal to be on the first all-female card too.
And what are your thoughts on your opponent Friday night?
She's the come forward clinch type of fighter, and that's pretty much all I know about it.
And you're showing the card with Anissa Meksen, potential opponent for your good friend and training partner, Janet Todd. What are your thoughts on her as a competitor?
She's definitely a game competitor. Her experience shows, and regardless, she's a serious competitor in that division.
Cool, thanks.
We go now to Jack Gotzel from Tops Off Sports. Jack, go ahead.
Hi, Jackie. Being born, raised, and fighting out of the U.S., what would it mean to you to eventually be on a one championship card in the U.S. as we start to see more states allowing the one championship rule set in possibly fighting there?
Oh, I would be ecstatic about that, to fight in my hometown with my friends and family. And of course, not traveling 17 hours one way would be nice, as great as it is to fight here in Singapore. But, having your family and friends being able to watch you, and of course, have more eyes on the sport and on one championship would be great.
Awesome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Up next is Raj Shaker from Essentially Sports. Off you go, Raj.
Hello, Jackie. First of all, thank you for joining.
Hi, thank you.
You have obviously you've got a tough opponent on side, Daniela Lopez, and both of you have got wins in this year. But surprisingly, all those wins have come via decision. Do you feel that you're going to knock your opponent out in the upcoming fight, or do you feel that she's going to aim for knockout, or is there no hard feelings like that?
I feel like, everyone goes into fight wanting to win. I never really go in with a prediction of a knockout, especially. I just know that I'm more than prepared to, and I've seen everything already. So that's all I can say.
Also, you obviously had 3 big wins already in this year. Do you feel that the upcoming fight against Daniela Lopez is going to take you to the next step of stardom, success, whatever you say?
Yeah, it was actually 2 wins. This will be my 3rd fight with one championship. But yes, I think if, when I win this fight, it will definitely solidify that I'm a top contender and worthy of a title shot soon.
And lastly, what do you feel about the One Empower event, not just as a contender appearing in it, but also as a fan? Obviously, it's going to be a historic event, a card dedicated to all the women. So just as a fan, not just being a fighter, how do you feel about the entire event?
I think it's fantastic. And, I only hope that other organizations just follow the lead. And I think women have been here and women have been ready, and we're worthy of headlining big cards and big organizations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining.
Go now to Ivan Stewart of Dugout Philippines. Your mic is open, Ivan.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Good morning, Jackie. Okay, you'll be one of 2 players of Filipino lineage who will compete on Friday night, the other being Denice Zamboanga. So how is it like that the Philippines will be represented on Friday night twice?
Yeah, I mean, more the merrier, right?
So what would this fight card mean to probably you and the rest of the Filipinos, especially that we're fresh from having a Filipino winning the gold in the Olympics in Tokyo last month?
I think it would give a lot of, not only, you know, to women all over the world, but especially, you know, to the women and little girls in the Philippines, that, you know, women are capable of anything they put their mind to. And I only hope that they feel encouraged by that after watching Friday night show.
All right. Thank you very much, Jackie. Thank you, Sir Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Up next, we have Jude Briosis of Overtime Heroics MMA. Go ahead, Jude.
Hey, Jackie. Great
Hi.
to talk to you. If you win this fight, this would mean to be your 3 straight wins under one, all in the same year. What do you expect is next for you? I mean, this would really be a good case for you to fight for the inaugural one women's strawweight Muay Thai belt next.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's no title holder in my division yet, so I think it's just going to push me steps closer into fighting for that strawweight world Muay Thai championship title.
Yeah, thank you. And supposing that would be next for you, who do you want to face for the belt?
Oh man, I don't know. There's a bunch of girls in my division who still haven't fought yet or who haven't fought recently. So I'm looking to, you know, there's some top level girls in the UK I'd love to fight as well.
All right, thank you. Good luck to your fight.
A reminder to our media, you can either put your hand up and we'll unmute you to ask a question, or you can ask your question via text in the Zoom chat. We have one of those coming in from Derek Wright from the No Judges Necessary podcasts, who said, we spoke about, on your interview, Nike shoes. They inspired your fight shorts in your last fight. What can we expect for this fight kit?
Another inspiration from Nikes. These are pretty much, I saw these Nike Air Force Ones online, and, you know, there's so many cool colors on a bunch of different sneakers coming out, especially with Nike. So I take a lot of the inspiration from that. And my sponsor, Infight Styles, just works his magic and gets it done for me.
This being the One Empower card, an all-female fight card with so many world-class athletes from both mixed martial arts and kickboxing, what other fighters on the card are you looking out for? I know you're going to be very focused on your own task at hand, but who kind of catches your eye or has your respect on the card?
I mean, they're all top-level girls. I'm looking forward to the Anissa Meksen fight, just because, you know, it's her debut fight. And who else? I'm not really sure who else. I'm sure all of the fights are going to be exciting, though.
We have a follow-up question from Ivan. If Nike ever offers you an endorsement, would you accept it?
Definitely. They could cut the check.
And finally, I think, what is your biggest goal in one championship over the next year?
I think as of right now is to get gold around my waist, to get after the Muay Thai strawweight world title.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Jackie. We cannot wait to see you compete again and go after that 3rd straight victory this year. Great to speak to you, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have an absolute icon of Asian MMA. We will be joined by the one and only, the mighty Mei Yamaguchi.
You guys are all enthralled by Andy here. It's magnificent. It's beautiful. One interesting thing that Jackie said is that he's looking at fighting some people out in the UK. I wish they would bring some more people to fight Jackie. Yeah, you know, there's opponents that Wonder Girl needs, and I just saw Wonder Girl. She left Fairtex, I believe. So we'll see how that works out. And of course, we got our little sister too. Supergirl. Look out for her too. So those are all fights coming up. You know, Supergirl versus Jackie, Buntan. There's a bunch of stuff.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
They said the music we might have to turn
Yeah,
down.
yeah. Let me deal with that. Sorry.
All right, no worries.
Forgot how to do it.
All right. So
I think I pressed something like leave computer audio. Is that right?
I have no idea.
Yeah. How did that do?
Nothing's there. Yeah, we could hear each
Cool.
other now.
All right.
All right, now you're back.
Yeah, sorry. I just had to do a team meeting for work. We have a weekly meeting every Tuesday morning, which always seems to happen when one championship is doing a media day. So, yeah, I just had to dip out for half an hour there. Sorry, everyone. I'm sure John kept you entertained. And yeah, what did Jackie say? Sorry, I missed her completely.
Jackie, you know, she's looking for the Nike endorsement deal. I guess her shorts have been inspired by certain Nikes that she's seen online or something. I didn't even know that, but I guess she's done something with her sponsors where every fight short is inspired by Nike shoes. And then she mentioned something about fighting some women out of the UK, out of Europe, some kickboxers out of there. So I'd like to see that. Yeah, but basically that's it. You know what I mean? Like, who's she fighting? Oh, there he's back.
Well, let's keep him muted.
Well, everybody's enthralled by his hair. Like, it's
Yeah, what's going on with his hair? All right. Well, May's talking now, so we can join again.
All right.
And how good does it feel to be back in the one circle?
I'm feeling really good. It's really nice to be back in the cage circle. I'm really excited.
You were previously ranked Atomweight, and now you're not in the rankings. Do you feel that was warranted? And do you feel you can make a case to get yourself back in that top 5?
Well, I just need to show everything in September 3rd, and I hope I can be back in that ranking.
And what do you think about the one Women's Atomweight World Grand Prix? Why do you think that you were passed over as a contender for the tournament?
I think the Grand Prix has a really good faces. I think it's important to give chance to new faces, young athletes. So I think they selected those kind of new faces.
We're going to go now to Leon Jennings of Asian Persuasion MMA. Off you go, Leon.
Ine,
Hi.
as a pioneer of women's MMA, how important was it for you to be on this card Friday night, One Empower?
Yeah, you know, it's a very big thing to have one championship to get the only women's card event, and I think I need to get the exciting match performance and get all the ladies get ready for that tournament.
Of course, but it's been a year and a half since you competed against Denice Zamboanga. What did you learn in that fight, and what improvements can we expect to see from you?
I did a lot of boxings and go through all the skills and any situation. So I hope I have a chance to show that.
Cool, nicely. You're obviously an alternate for the Grand Prix. Out of the 8 ladies that are starting in the Grand Prix, who would you say is the favourite in your mind?
I know Ham Seo Hee for a long time, and I fought her too. So I kind of cheer for her. But all the ladies, they're special, and I hope they have a great chance to have the challenge the title.
Cool. Good luck Friday.
Thank you.
Up next is Jude Briosses from Overtime Heroics MMA. Go ahead, Jude.
Hi, May. It's an honor to speak to you again. Your greatness will forever be stamped into the One Championship history books. But how do you feel now, at the age of 38, to be in the Grand Prix and having what may be your last shot at the one women's atomweight belt?
Um, I couldn't hear well. Can you say again?
Oh, sorry. I said, how do you feel now that at the age of 38, you're fighting in the Grand Prix and having what may be your last shot at the one women's atomweight belt?
I don't really care about the ages. Age is just a number, and I believe that I have a lot of skills to show, regardless of my age. I think Grand Prix will have a lot of good fighters, and they will have chance. But since it's a tournament, you won't know what will happen. So if there's someone who got injury or something happens, I'll be ready to get in that spot.
Thank you, Mei. Looking forward to your fight.
We go now to Jack Gottsell from Tarps Off Sports. Jack, your mic is open.
Jude always has the rooster in the background.
Hi, Mei. I've noticed in 2 of your last 3 victories, you've gotten the win via armbar. Is that a technique that you've been working and improving on? I know you also had an armbar finish back in 2013. Do you possibly see another armbar finish in this upcoming fight?
Yeah, armbar is the thing I always look for, but
Armbar in 2013.
Hopefully I can show other techniques and striking too.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Up next is Raj Shankar from Essentially Sports. Off you go, Raj.
Hello, May. First of all, thank you so much for joining.
Hi.
Now, obviously, you've got a career-defining fight ahead of you, but you already have achieved it all in the sport. You are one of the true veterans of Asian MMA. Now, looking back at the fight against Angela Lee, which you lost by an unanimous decision, many felt that the decision could have gone either way. Do you feel that you need to get a win over Angela Lee to, is it a very important fight for you, or do you just look at it like just any another scrap?
Well, yeah, the fighting against Angela Lee is very exciting all the time, and if I have a chance, I would love to. The Angela Lee and Mei Yamaguchi 3 will be pretty exciting, but that's not the only thing I always look for. Even if I have chance to fight other fighters, I would love to. I just need to do whatever whatever I need to do at that time.
Okay, and you've been a Jackie Chan fan all your life. You've always told about your love for Jackie Chan. So in a post-retirement career, can we expect you to see in some sort of action movies? If you ever get an offer to work with Jackie Chan, or maybe in some other sort of action flick, will you ever accept it?
Yeah, of course. I love this movie, and since I was a kid, I always try to do things he did, but yeah, it's fun to watch his movie, and I'd love to be in that movie sometimes if I have a chance.
Thank you so much, and all the best for your upcoming fight. I hope you win.
Thank you.
Damn.
Next up, we go to Dylan Bowker of My MMA News.
Hi there, May. I appreciate you making some time.
Hi.
I'm just curious because you have, great success in Grand Prix in the past with Deep Jewels. He also won that tournament with, Valkyrie, winning their featherweight title as well. I mean, how important would it be to become part of this Grand Prix fold here, just in the sense of you seem to have a lot of tournament success?
Well, it's the quickest way to challenge titles. So if there's a chance, I would love to be in the part of the Grand Prix anytime. And it's always exciting, the fighting against the new faces. And if you won the first round, you see another fighters in second round, and you will know who will come, and that's all the time exciting for the fighter and for the audiences. So the Grand Prix is pretty fun. So the this time it's one match for me, but I'm always looking for a chance to be in there.
And just as a quick follow-up, because I was noticing there was multiple times that you were supposed to compete with Meng Bo and, canceled for a myriad of different reasons. Is that a matchup you'd like to have at some point in the one circle, or is it kind of just you'll test skills against whoever and you don't think of it through that kind of lens? I guess I'm curious just because I imagine you've diligently studied to fight her.
Yeah, I'll fight anyone, but yeah, fighting against Meng Bo, it's pretty exciting. She's a great striker, and I would love to challenge her.
Thanks so much for the time, Mei.
Thank you.
Our next question comes via text from Tom Taylor of Bleacher Report. Do you think your upcoming fight with Meza Barber will go the distance, or is somebody going to get KO'd or submitted? Without revealing too much of your strategy, what have you got planned for her?
I'm guessing she's pretty strong and physical. She has pretty aggressive striking. So, I want to show my skills in boxing too. But if I can submit her, that's the best way.
You mentioned earlier Seo Hee Ham. Having gone the distance with her and having been in those two legendary fights with Angela Lee, a lot of fans are very excited about Seo Hee Ham in one championship. Which do you think is the superior fighter, Angela or Ham?
Shut up, White.
That's kind of hard to guess. Both have their special techniques, and both are great. So it's hard to guess. But if Angela Lee defend the title, that shows that her greatness, and really that it will show that she's really special, especially against Ham Seo Hee. But Ham Seo Hee fought in so many places, and I don't know. If she gets the title, that's really exciting too.
Our next question comes in from Nick Atkin of SCMP MMA.
Woohoo! Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thanks, Andrew. So Mei, I just wanted to know, how long have you known you're going to be a part of this tournament as an alternate? And how difficult has it been to stay ready with all the cancellations and then all the delays and changes and things like that?
Until the last moment, you won't know what will happen in these kind of tournaments. So I'll be ready all the time. And first I was going to fight in May, but it was a lot of delays and cancels. But, I take this time really positive, and I had really good time to learn new techniques and to go over every single technique that I need to learn. So it was pretty good time for me.
And what's your mindset now? If you get this win, are you almost expecting, do you have to expect that you're going to come into this tournament at some point? And given we have seen the Grand Prix with the lightweights, with the men, fell apart quite a lot a couple of years ago, are you almost expecting in a way that you might actually get in there somehow?
Yeah, of course. I know a lot of fighters won the tournament from the alternative. So look for that chance too.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time and good luck.
Thank you.
Mei, we already mentioned Seo Hee Ham, but a lot of people picking that Denice Zamboanga fight as potentially the most exciting fight in the Grand Prix. Mm-hmm. Do you agree with that? Which fight are you most keeping an eye on as a martial artist? Which one appeals to you?
Every card has really interesting thing to watch. But yeah, I agree with that. Zamboanga and Ham Seo Hee is the most exciting match in the first round. it's like a final. I feel like that card
Yeah.
is a final for the tournament.
And we're gonna be doing a fight companion too. That's
Denise kind of came out of nowhere in
old
her
companion,
trajectory and won championship. She was young. She stacked up the victories and got that #1 contender spot. Have you been impressed or surprised by her progress?
Yes, it's very impressive and surprising. She's physically strong. Her heart is a true warrior. But yeah, I'm really curious how she's gonna fight against Ham Seo Hee and how Ham Seo Hee is going to stop that.
We have a text question coming in from Derek Wright, who says, having spent time in the US and Asia, what do you think is the best way for one to grow its USA presence?
Oh, that's pretty hard. Hard question. Well, USA has a lot of events, and they have a lot of good MMA fighters. So there are a lot of few of the fighters coming from USA. So I hope they will send more to One Championship.
You've been part of different moments in history at One Championship. You mentioned the Angela Lee fights earlier, arguably some of the greatest MMA matchups ever. How does it feel to be on this all-women's card, another piece of history and power? Does it feel special to you, and does it give you pride?
Yes, it's very special. Fighting long in this mixed martial art, I saw a lot of women's fight, and it's always getting better. And now it's getting better and better. And One Championship has this special event, so I'm pretty exciting to be in the card.
You had your first MMA fight in 2007. Now there's so many young up-and-coming talents entering the game. Itsuki Hirata is only 21. Have you noticed a change in the level of these young mixed martial artists? And when they step in, do they seem more well-rounded? How does the level compare with when you first stepped into the game?
Yeah, all the young athletes has great technique, and they learn really fast because MMA is growing too, but the important thing is how long you can continue to learn that new thing and keep improving. So yeah, I hope all the young athletes will keep challenging and make the history.
We have a text question coming in from Ivan Stewart of Dugout Philippines, who says, assuming that you get inserted into the Grand Prix, would you want to face the winner of Seo versus Zamboanga?
Seo?
Yeah. Of course, I would like to challenge. I'll be curious.
I mentioned Itsuki Hirata earlier, who's your countrywoman, who I guess currently is the representative of Japan in the tournament. Is that an interesting one for you, both representing Japan, and you could be the second representative if things turn out well? Just how good is she, do you think?
She's really talented and very aggressive in any on her feet and on the ground. So I think she's really good, but I'm not sure. It depends on the opponent probably. So I think this time it's her time to show her level.
Given how closely your own fate is intertwined with the goings-on of the Grand Prix, have you been keeping a close eye on it? And were you surprised to see Ritu Phogat earn her way back into the tournament?
Yeah, that was really, I thought that was really good, the good thing for her to get back in the tournament. I hope similar thing happens to me too.
You've seen many illustrious belts in your career. The One Championship Grand Prix belt is pretty special. Where does it rank in terms of the most beautiful belts in the sport, do you think?
Oh, I think that's the best. I saw the picture. I think it says 12 kilos, I think. So that's pretty gorgeous. And I think that's the best one I've seen ever.
And finally, this card very much is promoting women in MMA. Do you think that's something you'd like to see more of in the future, all female cards? Do you think that's a good way to give a platform for the best martial artists on the planet that are women?
It's great to have these kind of events continuously, but I think women's card should be in the male's card too, like we usually do. I think we need both.
Fantastic to hear from you, Mei, an absolute icon of Asian MMA. Always great to see you, and we cannot wait to see you back in the One Circle. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
A reminder to the media, if you want to ask a question, you can raise your hand. We'll unmute your microphone. You can also ask your questions via text. Do stay with us, because coming up next is our face-off between Alyse Anderson and Itsuki Hirata. So please get your questions prepared for that one. We'll see you shortly.
I think that one's going to get feisty, dude. Because I already seen like some of the things they've been saying about each other. I think they're going to get a little feisty on that one. But Mei, man, they were asking her some weird ones, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Some on the spot questions right
Well,
there. But
I don't know why they keep they should only do 15 minutes for those when it's someone on their own. I think it's way too long forcing them and just asking them a bunch of questions that they've pre-prepared.
Yeah,
I don't like that. All the text message ones are just not even written by the actual journalists, so it's just, what's the point, right? If they haven't got media there who want to ask questions, let the fighters go, let them get back to preparing for their fight. Don't make them hang around asking stupid questions.
Damn, anyway. I love it, Nick.
I'm
rant right
getting
there.
fired up on a Tuesday morning. Yeah,
he got his breakfast. That's why.
Yeah, I had my apple, my eggs. Yeah.
Fired up.
Anyway,
let's do it.
Yeah, Andrew Whitelaw. Good. So Andrew has stepped in to replace Rich Franklin. I was told it was going to be Rich, but obviously Rich couldn't do it either. So
yeah. Well,
Mr. Whitelaw moving up in the world, huh?
You gotta be ready for something, right? And Andy was ready, so he steps in and does his thing, and maybe we might see him in the commentating booth. I think he's always shown interest in that. So
yes, he applied for a position with them, I think, in the commentary booth last year or earlier this year. So obviously Andy's on their radar, so that's good for him. He is a SCMP MMA contributor, alumni. Yeah, we hope the best for Andrew Whitelaw.
Yes,
I think this is a pretty good role for him, actually. He's done a lot of that at Fox. That's what he used to do. So
he's doing a good job, man. It's not like he's just coming on and just fumbling all over the place. Yeah, and it's live. Live is the worst, dude. Like, we get to make mistakes here. It's live. It doesn't matter. People are not watching us. So people are watching us, but they're not really watching us. They can't critique us for making mistakes or something like that. But yeah,
you just gotta sort out that hair now, I think.
Yeah, that hair, dude. Like, you need to get a barber. Like, come on, shave the head. Just go with the Dana White, Joe Rogan. Just do it. Just get it in. But you know what? I'm gonna call it right now. I think Mei Yamaguchi wins her next fight, and I think she slides into the Grand Prix. I think someone gets injured, something happens, and Japan is not that far from Singapore. Just let it go. Just they're gonna have her slide. I can see it happening, man. And you know what'd be weird? Is if Hirata wins and then her next opponent gets injured and then Mei Yamaguchi slides in and fights Hirata. That would be crazy, and I would be all for that. I would love to see it. That's a good storyline too. Young versus the vet, you know, the up and comer. It'd be incredible. But yeah, I'm rooting for. I'm not rooting for Mei to win or anything like that. But you know, Mei, she's been through everything, man. Like, and bringing up her age. Come on, don't do that. That's like
Yeah.
cardinal sin right there, man. Come on, you know. But she guided through those questions pretty well, you know, try to be her nice self. She's always been nice to everybody, man. She's one of those good
Yeah.
good role models for the young fighters.
Yeah,
coming
May's lovely. I forgot to ask her how her cats are doing.
Yeah, no, man, her cats are always like everywhere. But she's yeah, with her, but they don't have her opponent on the media day today, right?
Julie
Yeah.
Misa Barber. No, as far as I know, I didn't see her there.
Yeah, so
I'm sure that sort of suggests to me her English is not there. So, well, I guess there's just not enough time to interview everyone, right?
And there isn't, man, unless you split it up into 2 days like they did
Yeah.
before, right?
The 2-day thing is,
it's rough.
I like it when it's stacked enough to warrant 2 days, but when it's you get like 1 day where it's like not very big names on there, you know, media tend to ignore it and then they'll tune in for the other one the next day. So you do want to put it all together if it's like not such a strong card in terms of star power, but
yeah,
it's gonna be quite long when you do that. So.
Well, you know, they keep asking, you know, there was a question from one of the guys. It was practically a pretty good question about like, you know, do you want one to continue doing these like all women shows? And I thought Mei made a great point. Is like we should just keep doing the shows like we do the shows. You know, have the men and the women on the card together, and then you know, I don't mind having these all women shows, but really, you don't need to. Just have shows for
Yeah,
for everybody mixed together, right?
My opinion on it is, I think WWE did this a couple of years ago, or 3-4 years ago. They had an all-female card. I can't remember what it was called. Something similar, and everyone was like, "Oh, this is." Well, some people were like, "Oh, this is great," but then a lot of other people point out, "Well, the fact that you're doing it now just kind of draws attention to the fact you haven't done it. It's taken you like 10 years to actually do it, while the rest of the world has been kind of championing women in sport, and it does highlight that. Why is it taking you until 2021 to put on an all-female card? You open yourself up to accusations like that of this and that. So it's good, but yeah, I think we do it now. But like Mei says, I would like to just see. Let's just mix it all up. Yeah, it's mixed martial arts, baby.
Yeah, exactly. It's in the title, right? Mixed.
Exactly.
So we gotta mix everything together, and you know these one-offs are good. Like WMMA scene is saying, like yeah, it's like in this situation is perfect. And I also think like as the tournament moves forward, they could continue doing all women shows as the tournament moves forward if they want to, right? But once the tournament's over, you know, why not just go back to the normal? You know, fighters are fighters, man. Men and women, put them on the same card, mix it up. You know, we want to see that combination of, you know, like last week's show, right? It wasn't like the biggest name event, but man, they mixed up some good fights, men and women. Like go back and watch that B Nguyen Oslin fight. Olsen fight? That fight was a really good fight, man. I really enjoyed it. I thought that was the best fight of the night. I went back and watched the Song versus Teo Tang fight, and I just thought the B Nguyen fight was just better. I thought it was just more exciting. It was just, you know, they beat the hell out of each other, but
Controversial.
Yeah,
because we gave fight of the night to Song and TL
Yeah.
Tang. So
See.
no,
Very,
two
very
very good fights. I enjoyed the show last Friday. I enjoyed the fight companion as well.
Go
See,
back and
these
watch
ones.
the fight
Yeah,
companion. That's
these
hilarious.
ones in the mornings tend to be a little less crazy because I've not had a few drinks and
Yeah. This Friday, you guys need to tune. Are you going to be gone or are you doing it? You're doing
I'll
it,
be
right?
here. Yeah.
Okay.
be here.
Okay. See, so we're gonna have the crew this Friday. I think Tom's probably down to do it, right? And Leon will. I think it's gonna be maybe Chris will hop on. Who knows, man? We'll see. But
Yeah,
I hope
I'm
Chris
gonna do a
hops on, man. We're
preview
looking
on.
for Chris.
Yeah, we'll have a preview as well on Thursday. I'm pretty sure Chris will be on that because Thursday's his day off. Friday night, you know, Chris's girlfriend, she likes him to treat her
Pate.
to a few drinks and all that and the party. So
Okay.
Chris might be a busy man. You never know.
You know, you gotta balance your life
Gotta
out a little
balance
bit,
your
right?
life a little bit, yeah. So I'm sure Tom may join, but you never know because he's on the other side of the world. He's in Canada,
Yeah.
so it's morning
I
time
don't
for
think
him,
he
and
is.
I'm sure Leon will be there.
We gotta
But
convince him to crack open a little fresh beverage early in the morning. Kill the day.
Yeah, it's tough though. I mean, I might not be. I probably won't drink for this one because I'll have to write a few stories while I'm doing the day because it's a big event. We got a lot of big fights here. You know, those battleground ones tend to just focus on the companion, the video side of it. But yeah, when you have a stacked card like this, the live aspect, probably gonna write some reports. So keep the dragon waters to a minimum, and
I need to get some dragon waters, man. I just the name just makes it sound phenomenal. Like dragon water, dragon blood, whatever, anything to do with a dragon. So Double
I'll try
Dragon, great
I'll look
movie.
into it. I think they're just in Hong Kong though at the moment, but
Alright.
I'm sure
Well,
they'll take
I
over
need
the
to go to
world.
Hong Kong, man. Just you guys got to get that quarantine figured out, and I'll be on the first flight there to hang out.
Oh, yeah, it's tough. It's very tough. We can't really go anywhere. We're stuck because you
Yeah,
gotta
man.
do
Like
3 weeks. Whenever you come back, 3 weeks pretty much in quarantine.
the reason why I got vaccinated was because I wanted to fly, but now it's just like, okay, everything's limited still. So I'm just like, why the hell did I even do that? Like, what's
It's
the point?
annoying because Singapore, I could pack a bag and fly to Singapore tomorrow, right? And then I wouldn't have to quarantine because I'm vaccinated,
Mhm.
and I come from a country that Singapore, well, city, that Singapore recognizes as fine on their list of, not high risk in
Okay.
terms, because we barely have any cases here. The only cases we have are imported ones of people arriving back. We barely have a local case in the last 4 months or so. But when I come back, if I went to Singapore and I went and covered the fights, I mean, I'm not sure I'd get into the arena. I might be able to go to the arena, but if they're having fans, but I wouldn't be able to get into the media bubble. But when I come back to Hong Kong, I'd have to do 3 weeks in a hotel at my own expense, and I just can't do that. It's
No,
insane.
dude. That's like a month of just your life gone.
Yeah, and it's costly as well. These hotels, they're not cheap because you have to pick one on a certain list, and there are some cheap ones, but then you're going to be living in essentially a prison cell with terrible food, terrible everything. So do you want to do that for 3 weeks just to go? We back in.
Itsuki, yeah.
Okay. Shit. Join the audio.
無敗を続けてるんですけども、
I didn't even realize.
対するアリス選手は、インビクタで、ほぼ、1敗ぐらいしかしてないんですかね。だいぶ勝利を積み重ねてて、なかなかいい選手だと思うんですけども、今回のアリス選手の対戦は、今までのキャリアの中で一番タフな試合になると思いますか？
そうですね。やっぱり経験のことを言われると、自分は全然経験してないんですけど、その分別に怖いものがないので、この試合でまたいい経験が積めるなと思います。
はい。Well, if you talk about experience, definitely Alyse has more experience than me, but this is just going to be another bout that I experienced a good fight, and I'll get stronger. So besides the experience, I'm not scared of anything. I'm ready to fight.
All the simps
appreciate the insights. And just a quick follow-up to Alyse, if I could, because I was noticing the training getting in at MMA Masters before traveling to Singapore for this one. I'm kind of curious who you were specifically getting in that main sparring work with, and as an extension of that, how's the, I guess, transition to Singapore been?
As far as training partners go, I've been working with my head coach is a black belt in judo, which was perfect for this matchup because of Itsuki's style. So he got some shorter opponents for me to work my reach with, and just to be prepared for for her game. And the flight was really long from Singapore, but luckily I adjusted pretty quickly because we got in super late. So I actually got on Singapore time very quickly, which was nice.
Appreciate the insights. Thanks for the time.
Up next, we have Leon Jennings from Asian Persuasion MMA.
The first question for Itsuki. Just wondered, you've recently changed your nickname. Can you tell us why you've done that?
五木選手への質問です。異名をストロングハートファイターからアンドロイド18に変えたと思うんですけど、そのいきさつを説明してもらえますか？
やっぱり似てるって言われることが多かったりしたので、私やっぱり強い女の人っていうイメージがあるので、今回からネームを変えました。
はい。Well, the reason why I changed my nickname is because a lot of people say that I look a lot like Android 18, which is a character from Dragon Ball. And also, Android 18, she represents a very strong woman in the comic book. So she decided to change her nickname.
Cool. Question for Alyse. One championship, they pursued you for many months to be in this one Atomweight Grand Prix. How much confidence does that give you?
It gives me a lot of confidence because I know that my skills are at the highest level to compete in this tournament, and they wouldn't have chose me to be the only American representing the USA if they didn't think that I was a top contender and one of the best in the world. And I just plan to showcase my skills and just prove that I belong with the rest of the girls in the division.
Cool. Question for both of you. What positives can you take from this card being delayed 3 months?
Should I go first?
Yeah.
Okay. 五木選手、グランプリなんですけども、3ヶ月間ちょっといろいろあって延期になったと思うんですけど、この3ヶ月って、前向きに捉えられますか？なんかポジティブな面ってありますか？
そうですね。やっぱり何回もこの延期ってなったので、その分練習はできたので、いい時間だったかなと思います。
はい。Well, there was a 3-month delay, but that means that she had like 3 more months to train hard, so it's just positive, no negative sides.
You want me to answer? Should I?
Go ahead, Alyse.
Okay. I can agree with that too. It was only positives for me, especially just when I signed for my ONE FC contract. I only had 8 weeks when the fight was going to be in May. So when they postponed it, it like really benefited me because this is my first time being a full-time fighter and not having to work at the hospital. And so getting an extra 3 months of just focusing on training was just all beneficial for me.
Cool. Last question for both of you again. Who do you see as your biggest threat to winning this Grand Prix? Maybe at least start with you.
Honestly, I'm not looking past the first round just because I just definitely believe in taking one fight at a time and not focusing on the other people in the bracket. And honestly, I believe that everyone that they chose deserves to be here, and it's a fight and anything can happen. So honestly, I think everyone is a threat because everyone's worked hard to get here, and there's no one that doesn't deserve to be in this tournament, and I think it could go any way just because of all of the high-level girls in this tournament.
五木選手、質問なんですけども、ちなみに今、今回のグランプリで、五木選手だって誰が一番の強敵っていうか、難関というか、脅威になると思いますかっていう質問なんですけど、ちなみにアリース選手は、 世界中の強い女の子たちが一堂に集まってるグランプリだから全員脅威だし、みんな勝つ資格があると思ってるから、もう他の試合には気にせず、今回の試合を集中したいって言ってました。
そうです。
五木選手はどう思いますか？
私もそうだと思う。やっぱ自分が一番経験数も少ないし、一番年下って言われることが多いので、その分でも、みんなが強い分、自分は本当に下から這い上がるだけだなと思ってるので、誰が強いとかはそんなにもうみんな強いので、それだけのワールドグランプリだなと思います。
はい。Itsuki, she totally agrees with Alyse's comment. Well, like everyone is all the girls are strong and they're all good. But Itsuki, everyone says that she's the youngest and she lacks experience. But it doesn't matter. She's not gonna think about threats or anything. She's just gonna rise up in this Grand Prix and become a champion.
Thanks. Good luck, both of you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask Alyse, you mentioned working at the hospital because I think some fans might not know that you worked as an EMT during the pandemic. Being a fighter and an EMT, what was that like? How did that affect your outlook on life? That must have been wild.
Well, a lot of people say because I haven't fought in, a while because of the pandemic that that I might have cage rust or anything, but I think that working on the COVID unit through the pandemic was just mentally made me super tough, having to go through these 12-hour shifts and seeing just like the devastating things that I witnessed and had to cope with on working on the COVID unit. So I think it mentally made me a lot stronger, and having this opportunity to quit my job at the hospital to focus fully on fighting has just made me more hungry and more focused. And working on the COVID unit just made me like super mentally tough and grateful for every opportunity I get. Just going forward.
Well, mental toughness kind of leads us into our next question from Tom Taylor of Bleacher Report, who says, this is your first time fighting in Asia, Alyse. Is it at all intimidating fighting overseas compared to back home?
I wouldn't say it's intimidating. I'd say that it's definitely different, especially with the strict COVID regulations and the strict bubble that we're kind of in because of COVID. But to me, the cage is the cage and a fight is a fight. And, it doesn't matter where the cage is, I'm still going to bring the same performance no matter where it's at.
We have a question for both. We'll start off with Itsuki. This one comes from Derek Wright, who says, being so young and at the top level of MMA in one and being on such a historic card, what does it mean to get where you've gotten so far? And what is it like to inspire the next generation of female fighters? I want for Itsuki first and then Alyse.
OK。Itsuki 選手、次の質問です。若いのに、もうすでにMMA のもうトップレベルにいると思うんですけども、しかもそれによって今回ワンの歴史的な女性のグランプリに出場することもできましたし、これって五木選手にとってどういう意味があると思いますか？そしてまた五木選手がここで活躍することによって、次の世代、五木選手若いんですけど、他の女性のファイターをどういうふうに影響を与えれると思いますか？
やっぱり若いから出させてもらうっていうよりか、やっぱりこんな参戦しかしてないのに、こうやってグランプリ出させてもらえるってことは、きっとワンからも試されてるなってすごい思うし、やっぱこれだけ若いだけあってできることもたくさんあると思ってるので、まだまだこれから経験もたくさん積んでいけると思うと、もう本当楽しみでしかないし、やっぱこれから下の子たちが来るって思うと、やっぱりその子たちがなりたいような選手にもなりたいってすごい思います。
はい。Well, Itsuki herself, she's still young, but she thinks that the reason why she can compete in this historic Grand Prix, is because one thought she's qualified, and it's all, at the same time, I think she feels that it's a test for her, and well, she's gonna try her best in this Grand Prix, and hopefully the other the next generation women's fighter, when they see her fight, hopefully she'll be like a good a role model.
Same question goes to Alyse.
Fighting on an all girls card, I just mostly hope to inspire the younger generation, mostly like young girls, that being in a male dominant sport, that girls can do this and be successful, and I'm super honored to be a part of an all female card. So with the Grand Prix in general, and fighting on the first all female one card, especially coming from Invicta, I just hope to set an example for young girls, that they can be successful in a male dominant sport, and girls are just as exciting, if not more, to watch as the boys too.
We have a question coming in from Nick Atkin of SCMP MMA. Go ahead, Nick.
Can you hear me? Sorry, guys.
Nick, are you there?
Yeah, you need to unmute me. There you go. Hey, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
Hey, guys. There's a question for Alyse. Do you feel a little bit like an underdog here, and is that giving you some motivation? Because you haven't fought in one championship before. Is that something you embrace, that maybe the fans don't know you so well?
I definitely know that I'm probably the biggest underdog in the tournament, but I also know that it's because some of the reason is because I haven't fought for one, but that really just takes off a lot of the pressure, because everyone doesn't expect me to do well. So this just gives me the opportunity to prove that, I do belong in this tournament, and I do belong at the top level. And I do understand why I'm the underdog. So it doesn't really bother me, but it does excite me to get to, showcase to a whole new platform, like my skills, and just that I deserve to be here just as much as all the other talented atomweights in this tournament.
And also for Alyse, I spoke to you a few months ago when the card was originally going to happen in May, and you felt a little bit like you hadn't been promoted as much as some of the other fighters in the tournament, and it gave you a little bit of a chip on that shoulder. You still feel that way, that they're kind of overlooking you a little bit on the promotional side?
In some ways, yes, but in other ways, I understand that because I haven't fought for one, and it's probably harder to promote me, given it's easy for them to use the other fighters that have been fighting in ones, like fight footage and stuff, and but it doesn't bother me as much anymore, just because I know that I have to prove myself and prove why I deserve to be promoted as much as the other girls.
And another one finally for Alyse. Just there's some increasing noise that one championship may finally get an event on home soil for you in the US. I imagine that's something you'd love to be a part of.
Yes, I was really hoping that this card was going to be there, but it didn't work out. So I think that it would be awesome to have be fighting in my home country with one, and getting more of bringing more of a fan base from America to one would just be awesome.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck.
Thank you.
We go now to Jude Briosis of Overtime Heroics MMA. Jude, your mic is open.
Hello. My first question goes to Itsuki. What do you expect would Alyse Anderson's approach to this fight be?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Oh, sorry. I said that what do you expect would Alyse Anderson's approach to this fight be?
OK。五木選手、質問なんですけども、今回の、試合を通して、アリス選手は、どういう、作戦で来ると思いますか？どういうアプローチで来ると思いますか？
やっぱ柔道の投げとかの対策は来るんじゃないかなと思うんですけど、自分は柔道にこだわらずに何でもできるような練習をしたので、大丈夫だと思います。
はい。Well, I assume that Alyse, she saw her videos and she's probably been practicing how to avoid her judo throws and stuff, but she's probably not gonna stick to all the judo moves, but she's been training a lot of other stuff like boxing, kickboxing, MMA, grappling, everything. So she's prepared to do anything, and she's prepared to fight back whatever approach she has.
All right, thank you. Question for Alyse. Great to meet you. Once you signed with the One Championship, you were immediately placed in the Atomweight Grand Prix. How does it feel knowing that even when the division is stacked, you were selected to be a part of it, even without a fight in the promotion?
Honestly, the Grand Prix was my deciding factor to sign with One. Just because I was so honored to be asked to be selected to be a part of the Grand Prix. And it was just such a good opportunity that to be able to be a full-time fighter, because that's always been my dream. And I know that being able to be a full-time fighter, I could take my game to the next level. So I'm super honored that they selected me to represent the USA, and I just feel very proud to represent my country and want to do everything to, make them proud and make sure that One knows they made the right decision by choosing me to be a part of this.
All right, thank you, Alyse. Last question for Itsuki. You are in absolutely good shape. What other tools have you focused on improving, and how does this training camp contribute to your confidence going into this fight?
五木選手への質問です。見た感じ、調子良さそうで、バキバキな感じなんですけども、今回の試合に向けて、どのような練習をしてきて、それがどういう自信につながると思いますか？
ウェイトトレーニングを取り入れて、今までは全然やってなかったんですけど、ウェイトトレーニングをやり始めて、やっぱり海外の選手みんなフィジカルが強いので、ただ減量するだけじゃなくて、しっかり筋肉つけて絞っていこうと思って、多分一番大きなウェイトトレーニングかなってすごい思います。
Well, yes, she's in really good shape right now. She's been doing a lot of weight training. To lose weight, she pumped a lot of iron, and because a lot of the foreign athletes, they're physically stronger than her, so she thought that weight training will help her to get the win.
All right, good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
We have a text question from Tom Taylor of Bleacher Report, who says the WMMA scene in Asia is stacked. Do you think Alyse has fought the same level of competition as you in the States? That question is for Itsuki.
はい。五木選手へと続けて質問なんですけども、アジアの、女性の MMA を見ると、もう結構つやもの揃いで、だいぶレベルが高いと思うんですけども、アリス選手が戦ってきた、主戦場にしてたアメリカも、そのぐらいのレベルの高さにあると思いますか？
そうですね。やっぱりアメリカの女子の人口とかもすごい多いし、練習相手もすごい多彩だと思うので、経験とかそういうので言われたら全然自分よりも何十倍もすごいと思ってたんですけど、でもワンで試合してるのは自分の方が多いし、 やっぱこのグランプリにかけてる思いは誰よりも強いと思うので、そこでは負けたくないです。
はい。Well, the American WMMA, it's also stacked with really good, girls, and there's a lot of girls, practicing MMA. So I'm sure that Alyse has a lot of good training partners, and the all the fights that she experienced, she's fighting a lot of good athletes. So experience-wise, there's no difference. But the thing is, she has more experience in fighting in one, so which is the highest level in the world right now. So that would be an advantage for her. And yes, she's just gonna show everything she's got.
Our next question comes from Raj Sarkar from Essentially Sports. Your mic is open, Raj.
Hello. First of all, I would like to congratulate both the fighters for making it to this far. My first question is to Itsuki. So you've already alarmed the division with your ingress tattoo at such an early age. What are the career goals or the ultimatums, like the things that you want to attain before hanging up the gloves? Obviously, you are right now at a very early stage of your career, but still, what are the ultimatums that continue to inspire you?
また五木選手への質問なんですけども、若くしてすでにいろんな栄光を手に入れてると思うんですけど、だいぶもうトップレベルにいると思うんですけども、まだ若くてちょっと気の早い質問なんですけど、キャリアのおいての一番のその目標って何になりますか？これを成し遂げたら引退してやるっていうか、なんかそういうのってありますか？
引退とかは、そんなまず全然あれなんですけど、まず必ずチャンピオンになることは目標として、まずチャンピオンになってからもやっぱり続けていきたいと思ってるので、とりあえずできるまではやり続けたいです。
はい。Well, as you mentioned, she's still too young to think about retirement, but yeah, her ultimate goal is definitely becoming a champion, and after becoming champion, she definitely wants to, keep on being a champion. So yeah, she'll just fight, through her life, until she can.
So obviously, she has got a career-defining matchup against Alyse Anderson ahead, and a lot of people might see Anderson as an underdog. But I just want to know what's Hirata's take on Anderson as an opponent, and how does she envision the fight going down inside the cage?
平田選手、次の質問なんですけども、アリース選手は、ワン初参戦ということで、アンダードッグ、かませにじゃないかっていう意見が多々あるんですけども、五木選手はどう見てますか？そして、試合自体どういう運びになると思いますか？
そうですね。やっぱりインフィクターの試合とか、やっぱ世界で戦ってる選手なので、その点では全然、自分が多分経験したことないような試合になるんじゃないかなってすごい思ってるので、デビュー戦だとしてもやっぱりそれだけ今までやってきた中での試合数とか経験が自分よりはるかにあるので、多分面白い試合になると思います。
はい。Well, if you guys look at least, fighting in Invicta, come on, she's no way an underdog. She's super experienced. She's a great fighter, and there's no difference. She's a really tough opponent, and most likely, well, it's her debut in one championship, but she's been experienced different stuff in Invicta, so most likely in the one cage, she'll experience something new also. So yeah, you never know what's gonna happen. She's gonna be a really tough opponent. She's just gonna do her best.
My next question is to be Anderson. Anderson, obviously, it's going to be a great step up for you. You're going to fight an undefeated fighter, Hirata. So do you really feel that this undefeated tag matters when you step inside the cage, or are you just looking at it as just another fight?
I'm just looking at it as another fight. To me, records, it doesn't really matter when it comes to inside the cage. Like Itsuki said, anything can happen. It's a fight, and it does show how young she is and how successful that she's been already at at such a young age, which I respect her a lot for that. And but to me, it's just another fight, and it doesn't really matter what it says on paper, because at the end of the day, it just matters what happens on Friday night.
So my last question would be, Hirata is known for her knockout power, for her abilities to stop her opponents. How do you take that, Anderson, and what's your plan on responding to that inside the cage?
I know she has a lot of power in her hands, along with she uses her punches to set up her takedowns, and she's very diverse in both. So just being able to keep her at the end of my punches, as I'm the tallest one in the tournament. I've been working a lot on using my range, which I know that everyone knows that that's going to be my game plan. But as long as I stick to that and use my long reach, is how I'm going to try to avoid her implementing her game plan.
Thank you so much. All the best to both the women for the big fight upcoming.
We go next to Jack Gotzel. Jack, your mic is open.
My first question's for Itsuki. So you've been looked at as an underdog dark horse to win this entire tournament. Do you think people are sleeping on your abilities with your finishing rate as good as it is?
市木選手、次の質問です。ちょっと若干ネガティブなんですけども、周りには、市木選手、グランプリはちょっと若干かませな感じがあって、グランプリ勝てないんじゃないかっていう意見もあるんですけど、みんな市木選手を過小評価してると思いますか？そこら辺ちょっとお聞かせください。
でも別に期待されてないじゃないけど、別にそう思われても、自分の中ではすごい楽しみな試合なので、もうそこだけは本当大事にしてるので、周りが別になんていうか、でも絶対試合は見ると思うので、そこでもし勝った時に、別に勝った時に自分が強い言葉で強い心を発信できたらいいなと。
はい。Well, it doesn't really matter what the people around says, like, she might be an underdog, whatever, but it's good that no one's expecting anything from her. She just have to, showcase everything she's got in the cage, and I mean, definitely everyone's gonna watch the match, right? So after that, everyone's gonna be like, "Whoa, Itsuki, she was really good," and she'll be, proving that what she got, all her skills. So it doesn't really matter.
Thank you. And Alyse, you're a different fighter since your loss in 2017. You're 2-0. What have you changed to become a better fighter?
The loss that I had in Invicta was the only fight that I did not take a leave of absence from the hospital. So I was working full time in training, and I think that I overlooked my opponent by doing that. And with my amateur and pro record, having 11 wins and that one loss, it just shows that you can't underestimate anyone and you can't take anyone lightly. And I learned a lesson when I did that, and I just know to never make that mistake again, no matter who I'm fighting and what the competition is I'll never overlook anyone. And you just always have to take every fight that you're fighting the best in the world, and that's mostly what I took from that.
Thank you both for your time.
Our next question comes from Rob Bellin of Fight Game Asia. This one's for Itsuki, who says, Alyse has hinted that she finds your dancing antics in the ring immature. What is your response to that?
次の質問なんですけど、市木選手の試合中とか試合後のダンスを見て、アリス選手がちょっと幼稚だよねっていう意見があるんですけど、それに対してどう思いますか？
いや、もうリングの中じゃ自分は別人なので、 自分はノーコメントです。
Well, once she goes into the ring or the cage, she's totally a different person. So, she doesn't remember anything, and so, who she is right now and who she is inside the ring and the cage is different. So, she doesn't want to comment on her dancing.
Also from Fight Game Asia, this one's for Alyse. Itsuki said in a recent interview that she doesn't believe you have power in your punches. How would you respond to that one?
That I can maybe the taller fighters don't pack as much power in their punches is why I could see that. But seeing the as I've been here this week and seeing the other, not Itsuki person exactly, but I've seen the other fighters in the tournament around the hotel, and I think that my size is a lot bigger than people think, and that I guess she'll see how true that is on Friday night, I guess.
Our last couple of questions coming in from Hiro Ando on eFight Japan. This one's to Alyse. It is reported that you are recommended to join the Grand Prix by Misha Tate. Did she give you some message or advice?
No, I didn't know that she recommended me for the Grand Prix, actually. I've met her before when I trained at Extreme Couture, but she didn't really talk to me or anything.
Do you appreciate that she recommended you?
Yeah, and I take that as a big honor that, we trained at the same gym, and I, in my head, didn't even think she knew who I was. So I guess I do take it kind of as an honor that when it came to thinking of an atomweight, that she thought of me. So maybe I guess I left a bigger impression on my hard work in the gym than I originally thought.
And the last one for Itsuki. Japanese MMA fans pay so much attention to this fight. Do you have a message for the Japanese fans?
五木選手、日本のファンの皆さん全員めちゃくちゃ五木選手の次の試合に注目してると思うんですけど、日本のファンに対して何かメッセージありますか？
いや、もうお待たせしましたの気持ちと、もう必ず勝って日本に帰りたいと思いますって伝えたいです。
はい。She said, sorry for the wait from her previous bout, and she's ready, and she'll bring back the big win back to Japan, and let's have fun again all together.
This one promises to be an absolute banger. We cannot wait to see both of you compete inside the one circle, and it's been a real pleasure for you to join us today. I do apologize to some of the media. We didn't get to your questions as we just ran out of time, but we've had some quality questions in. Please do keep them coming. Also, a quick update in terms of news for those of you who haven't heard yet, that Jenlyn Olsim versus Grace Cleveland is off the card due to injury. So an update for you there. But a big thank you to both Itsuki and Alyse. We will see you shortly for Seo Hee Ham and Denice Zamboanga. Please do stay with us.
お疲れ様です。
Turn this off. Yeah.
ありがとうございます。
Okay. Big Rigg in the house. Welcome, Drake. How are you doing?
Rigg. What up, boys? I'm doing.
You're doing. We're all doing. Yeah.
That seemed long. When did that start?
Oh, that was 40 minutes of
wow.
At least. Yeah.
Really?
I think so. This one is not going to go on time, is it? Well, they went way too long with Mei Yamaguchi, right? And they should have just started this one a bit earlier. But.
Dude, 15 minutes is long enough, man. Like you said, that's just, I don't know.
When you have a face-off So 2 fighters, then you have a translator for 1 fighter.
Right.
I mean, imagine when we're gonna have translators for 2 fighters. Are we in one of these fights? Like
Yeah, you
Alyona
guys
and
do
Stamp.
interviews.
It'll be fun, yeah.
So
All right.
they're behind like an hour, huh?
Yeah, they're gonna be. This is gonna go for a while.
Man.
Strap in.
Yeah. Okay, look at this. Handsome SOB, Drake.
Oh,
yeah, so
boy.
handsome. I'm covering him up with the comments.
Mhm.
Okay. And you brought your friends with you, Drake. The
Yep.
Kana Army.
That
I
I
wondered
did.
why they popped in. I was like, Drake must have advertised this somewhere on his Twitter.
No, I just wrapped up with WMA Today podcast every Monday, and yeah, said, hey, I know that we got the media call going on. I was gonna hop in there. I don't know if I'm gonna try and ask any questions tonight, but I wanted to watch, and I saw you guys were doing yours, so I said, go and raid it. Don't have the Twitch raids exactly what it can say. Go do it. So here we are, man.
Well, it's appreciated. Thank you. And thanks
Yeah.
all of Drake's fans from the WMMA Today. Is that right?
Yes.
The pod, yeah. Thanks for joining us and watching. Makes sense, doesn't it? This is an all-female card, so hope you're enjoying it.
Exactly.
And yeah, I think JHK was just trying to goad you guys. He, of course, knows Kana Watanabe.
Always.
He was having a bit of fun. It's like it's what we like to do on the show. Exactly. But yeah, appreciated everyone joining in. And if you haven't already, give it a like and a subscribe and all that shit, a follow, whatever you call it. We've gone over 20,000 subscribers on the channel, so we will be doing more of this stuff. We'll be looking at it'll be a preview on Thursday with me and Chris and maybe Leon. Who knows who else? And then we'll have a fight companion on Friday. So check back on Friday during the show and watch it with us. It's plenty of fun as always. But yeah, Denice Zamboanga will be up next with Ham Seo Hee. Should be a fun one. Yeah, who are you taking then, Drake, in that fight? Everyone seems to be saying that's the big fight in the first round.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. I mean, I think Ham's going to win the whole tournament. So, spoiler alert, but yeah, I think that I know a lot of people saying, if Denice beats her, then it's probably the safe pick, which is fair because it is not very easy to beat Seo Hee Ham. But yeah, out of all these matchups, that's definitely the one I'm most interested in, I think. I mean, I'm very interested in Meng Bo versus Ritu, just with all of the change-ups that Meng Bo's had to go through, then, you know, Ritu working her way back in and all that fun stuff. But the matchup itself, yeah, I mean, Hirata and Anderson, I think, is probably the most slept on one. I mean, the rematch with Rassohyna and Stamp is like, I don't know if we're expecting too much different outside of that one, aside from Stamp not getting caught. You know, that's kind of how I think this will play out. It'll look probably pretty similar to the first fight, except she doesn't get caught. So that'd be crazy if Rassohyna was able to pull this off. But as for Hirata and Anderson, that we were just seeing them talk right now, you know, still kind of a lot to see from both of them. Maybe more so Itsuki for those who know Anderson from Invicta, but I feel like that one's not getting maybe as much love as it should be.
Well, look who's back.
Nope.
Mr. Whitelaw. I'm going to join the audio again. Here we go.
To the members of the media, thank you for being with us throughout this Empower Face-Off Media Day. We've spoken to quite a few of the athletes so far ahead of Friday. A gentle reminder, if you do want to ask questions, you can raise your hand, we'll open your mic, or you can send in questions via text as well. We've been looking forward to this one. This is a lot of people's pick for fight of the night. This one is a little bit special. Joining us now is a woman many consider to be their favorite for the tournament, a dangerous South Korean veteran, Seo Hee Ham. She'll be up against the #1 ranked atomweight contender, the hard-hitting Filipina, Denice Zamboanga. Thank you for joining us, ladies. Your matchup is, as I mentioned, a highly anticipated one. The reigning women's atomweight world champion, Angela Lee herself, has said that this fight is the one that she's most excited for. I want to ask both of you to maybe share your thoughts on this matchup. Denice, let's start with you.
Hello, hello everyone. It's nice to be here. We're already here in Singapore. Yeah, that was good. Do you ask questions?
Yes. What are your thoughts on this matchup against an Asian MMA icon like Seo Hee Ham?
For me, she's a very strongest. I think the most strongest in the card, strongest opponent that I'll be facing throughout my career. So I think this would be the hard fight for both of us.
Same question goes to Seo Hee Ham.
암살 선수님, 요번에 이제 그 아톰급 그랑프리가 열리면서 이제 챔피언인 안젤라 리 선수께서도 요번 이제 함서희 선수님 대 데니스 잠보안가 선수의 시합이 가장 기대된다. 이렇게 말씀하셨고 많은 팬분들과 전문가분들도 이번 시합을 가장 기대하는데 함서희 선수님은 요번에 이 데니스 잠보안가 선수와의 시합에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시고 얼마나 기대되시나요?
제가 너무 오랫동안 시합을 못했고 게다가 원 챔피언십 데뷔전을 잠보안가 선수랑 하게 돼서 저 너무너무 기대하고 있고 빨리 미치고 싶습니다.
I've been in a very long layoff and this is my debut in one championship and to make my debut against someone like Denice Zamboanga, I'm very excited and I just can't wait to go crazy in there.
We're going to go to our first media question, which comes from Jack Gotzel of Tops Off Sports. Your mic is open, Jack.
My first question is for Denice. You are the #1 contender coming into this tournament. Do you think this tournament is necessary for you to get a title shot, or do you think you should be getting the title shot when Angela Lee returns?
I think that if nothing happens about Angela Lee, I think that would be great if I'll be facing with Angela because a lot of fans are waiting for me and Angela to fight. So I think fans would love me and Angela would fight. But I think having Grand Prix would also be great for me and also for the Atomweight fighter to prove really who's the best for the title shot.
Thank you. And my next question is for Sohee. Are you excited to try to prove that not only are you the best fighter outside of the division in one championship, but to try to prove that you are just the best fighter in your division?
함서희 선수님, 함서희 선수님은 이번 시합에서 내가 이제 아톰급의 최고다. 그 원 챔피언십 외 랭킹에서만이 아니라 원 챔피언십도 포함한 이 아톰급이라는 이 체급의 랭킹에서 내가 최고다라는 것을 증명할 수 있다는 것에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시고 그거에 대한 기대감은 좀 어떠신가요?
저는 항상 매 시합 때마다 매 단체마다 제가 최고라고 생각하고 시합을 매번 하고 있고 그 단체 소속으로 그 소속의 선수로서 생각을 하면서 시합을 하고 있기 때문에 이번에도 그런 믿음과 자신감을 갖고 임할 생각입니다.
Wherever I compete in, I don't really mind where it is. Now it's one championship. You know, I always think to myself that I'm the best in the world. Wherever I'm at, I believe that I'm the best. So just, you know, even in this bout, it's the same mindset. I believe I'm the best, and that's how I'm going to bring it on Friday night.
Thank you both for your time.
We go now to Leon Jennings from Asian Persuasion MMA.
A quick question for Denice. You had a little back and forth with Meng Bo before the draw was made. Were you surprised you didn't get Meng Bo in the first round?
I don't know. For me, it doesn't matter who I'm gonna fight with for the first round, but having Seo Hee Ham on the first round would great match for me because for me she's the very dangerous opponent in this matchup. So if I go through with the first round, I think the next round would be easy for me.
Also, like Itsuki, you've changed your nickname since your last fight. Could you tell us why? Are you no longer a menace?
Yeah, I've changed because I think for me, changing my nickname would be like the new Denice that you'll be seeing on the next fight.
Cool. A question for Seo Hee. Where would winning this Grand Prix, where would this rank with all your other achievements in the sport?
함서희 선수님, 이번 원 챔피언십 그랑프리를 우승한다는 것은 지금까지 함서희 선수님의 업적에 몇 위 정도 랭킹이 될까요?
1위?
You can see it right there on her screen. Number 1.
All right, cool. Lastly, what are your thoughts on Angela Lee as a competitor?
함서희 선수님은 안젤라 리 선수에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하시나요? 그 상대방으로서.
상대방으로서. 안젤라리 선수는 저랑 제가 생각했을 때 제 상성상은 그렇게 나쁘지 않은 선수라고 생각하고 저랑 상성은 나쁘지 않지만 굉장히 훌륭한 선수라고 생각합니다.
I believe that stylistic wise, she's a very good matchup for me. But at the same time, I believe she's a great athlete and she's a great champion.
Cool. Good luck, both of you.
Thank you, Leon. And due to the sake of time and the fact that we really want to get to all of your questions, if we can, we're going to limit it to 2 questions per media member now. This one comes in, though, from Fight Game Asia, who says to Denice, do you think you can be the first to knock out Seo Hee Ham? And if so, why?
I don't know. You cannot say anything about before fight. I think fans need to see what will happen on September 3rd.
Next up then to both fighters. This one comes from Ivan Stewart of Dugout Philippines. We'll go first to Seo Hee. Angela Lee said last week that she thinks Seo Hee has the upper hand in your match, that she's going to win. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. We couldn't say because we're the one who's training, and we never say what will happen on the September 3rd. So I think she needs to be relaxed and watch what should we gonna show on the September 3rd.
The same question goes to Seo Hee. The champ believes that you're going to win this fight. How do you feel about that?
함서희 선수님, 안젤라 리 선수는 이번 시합에 대해서 이제 질문을 받았을 때 함서희 선수님이 이길 것 같다고 이렇게 답변을 하셨습니다. 함서희 선수님은 그 발언에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
제대로 본 것 같습니다.
She saw it right.
Denice, do you have any response to that?
I think the champ needs to relax and stay calm, and she's gonna see. I'm gonna prove her wrong.
We go now to Dylan Bowker of My MMA News. Dylan, go ahead.
Appreciate you taking my call. My first question was for Denice, just because I've spoken to past individuals like Demetrius Johnson, and he was saying that the Grand Prix title was his most valuable accomplishment. I know some people were asking before about like you being the #1 contender, but like how cool would it be to cement yourself in this history-making tournament? Like, are you excited about this Grand Prix title in the sense of making history, or are you ultimately, I guess, wanting to contend for Angela Lee's title more so?
Like having this Grand Prix is the most grateful that happened to me, because I'm gonna fight with the best fighters in the world. Like all the female fighters are fighting to get the atomweight title. So I think I need to win this Grand Prix to fight Angela Lee.
Appreciate the insights. And just a quick follow-up question to Seo Hee Ham, because fought in a multitude of great promotions. Ryzen, I think, has a quality rule set, but just competing in the one global rule set here, knees to a downed opponent, different things like that. I'm kind of wondering for Ham's thoughts on just getting to compete in the one global rule set and some of her thoughts on the nuances there.
함서희 선수님은 굉장히 대단한 단체들에서 많이 경험을 하시고 많은 시합을 하셨습니다. 근데 이제 원 챔피언십에 오시고 나서 가장 큰 차이점은 이제 룰이 바뀌었다는 건데요. 그 룰 중에서도 이제 원 챔피언십은 이제 그 그라운드에 된 이제 상대에게 니킥을 가할 수가 있습니다. 그런 룰에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 생각하시고 그런 룰이 함서희 선수님의 이제 이제 실력과 이런 거에 대해서는 어떻게 반영이 될 것 같으신가요?
저는 원 챔피언십 룰이 다 마음에 들고요. 전에 있던 단체에서도 그런 룰이었기 때문에 저는 뭐 어려울 게 없는 룰이라고 생각합니다. 저한테는 더 좋은 룰이라고 생각해요.
I really love One Championship's rule set. It's actually very similar to the rule set that with the organization that I was in previously. I believe this rule set benefits me a lot, and it's a very good rule set for me.
Thanks so much for the insights.
We go now to Nick Atkin of SCMP MMA. Nick, are you there?
Here you go. Can you hear me? Sorry about that.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you very much. A question for Denice. You posted a lot of footage and pictures on your Instagram showing how good shape you're in. Do you feel in the best shape of your career, and how important is your size going to be in this fight?
I think I would say like yes, because if I would see myself for the last two years, I don't have abs when it comes to weight, but now I can see myself, like I can see my body, that I can see the hard work in my body.
And just one more for Denice as well. Obviously, so much success for the Philippines at the Olympics. Heidelin Diaz winning the gold medal, the country's first gold medal in the Olympics, and the bronze and the silvers in the boxing. How much has that inspired you to write your own name in the history books with victory in this tournament?
You know, having them like winning them from the Olympics is the best impact for me, because they really motivates me to train harder and to get the World Grand Prix belt and the Atomweight belt.
Okay, thank you very much, Denice, and good luck.
Thanks, Nick. Up next, we have Luisa Morales from philstar.com. Luisa, your mic is open. Luisa Morales, are you there? Perhaps we will skip ahead to our next question, which comes from Daily Tribune. This one's for Denice. Going up against Seo, who has experienced more fights, how excited are you to take on such a strong opponent?
Every time I fight, I always most of my opponents they really match up me with the experienced fighter. So I think this one's the best, like the great challenge for me so far in my career.
We'll go now to Carl Batungbakol from International Business Times. Carl, your mic is open.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
Hi, yes. Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. First question for Sohee Ham. What makes One Championship the better option at this point of your career?
함서희 선수님, 지금 함서희 선수님의 이 커리어 이 시점에서 원 챔피언십이 왜 가장 함서희 선수님에게는 알맞은 결정이었나요?
제가 경험하지 못했던 그런 무대이기 때문에 그렇습니다.
You know, One Championship is a stage and a promotion that I never experienced before, so it was a great choice for me.
All right. Thanks for that. For Denice Zamboanga, hi. Second question is so as we all know, the rescheduling of this bout, it was rescheduled from a previous fight. No, I just wanted to ask if the rescheduling of the fight, but did it help you further prepare for the caliber of opponent that Sohee Ham is?
I think for me, it really helps me through my comp and to really enhance my skills and
for the weaknesses that I'm lacking in my training. So I think the postponement really helps me.
All right, maraming salamat. Thank you, everyone.
Let's circle back now to Luisa Morales from philstar.com. Luisa, your mic is unmuted.
Yes, hello. Sorry about that earlier. But this one is for Denice. It was mentioned earlier about, how Angela is predicting a win for Seo Hee Ham in this fight. But for you, did you pay attention, to what she was saying, or are you just focusing on, what you can do and what you're going to bring to the circle?
Who said that?
Angela was the one who said that, you're going to lose this fight. Did you pay attention to it, or are you just focused on yourself?
Angela who?
Angela Lee.
Okay. For me, it doesn't matter because she's not in the card. So I think she needs to be chill and relax and then see what will happen. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Denice. This one's for Seo Hee Ham. Some competitors like to trash talk before the fight, but, that doesn't seem to be one of your habits. Is it something that you actively, avoid doing and, just focus on your training?
함서희 선수님, 많은 선수분들을 보시면은 요새는 이제 트래시 토킹을 좀 많이 하고 도발을 좀 많이 합니다. 그런데 함서희 선수님을 보면은 함서희 선수님은 그런 거를 전혀 안 하시고 굉장히 항상 이제 존중을 하시고 이런 모습을 보이시는데 그게 함서희 선수님만의 스타일이신가요? 그리고 함서희 선수님은 트래시 토킹을 하는 대신에 그 시간을 좀 더 훈련에 집중하고 뭐 이러시는 스타일인 건가요?
그만큼 선수들과 상대들을 존중하고 위하고 있기 때문에 뭐 이렇게 까고 싶지가 않아서.
I don't see the point of trash talking because I literally care about all my opponents and all the athletes out there, and I respect them very much. So for me, there's no point of trash talking.
All right. Thank you so much, and good luck to both fighters.
We have a text question coming from Denice Zamboanga from ABS-CBN. To Seo Hee, as a veteran, you have already seen a lot of in-ring, in-cage experience. What are the things you're watching out for against Zamboanga?
함서희 선수님은 정말 뭐 링이든 케이지든 어디든 정말 엄청나게 많은 경험을 하셨습니다. 무수한 경험을 하셨는데 이번 데니스 잠보안가 선수한테서 이제 조심해야 할 점들은 무엇인가요?
그렇게 딱히 조심해야 할 점은 없는 것 같습니다.
To be honest, I don't think there's anything to watch out for from Denice.
Denice, do you have a response to that she doesn't think there's anything to watch out for?
Yes, because she didn't know what will happen on September 3rd.
From your point of view, what should she be watching out for? You finished your last opponent with an Americana. You also faced another veteran before, another icon of Asian MMA in Mei Yamaguchi, and you came out on top in that one. What do you think she should be worried about in terms of you as an opponent?
I don't know. It's a surprise, but she needs to be careful with everything.
And we have a question coming in from Ivan Stewart, who for Seo Hee Ham and Denice. So we'll start with Seo Hee. Earlier, Mei Yamaguchi picked you to have the biggest chance to win. What's your reaction to that coming from a former title contender like Mei?
함서희 선수님, 방금도 이제 이 인터뷰를 하면서 메이 야마구치 선수께서 또 한 번 이제 이번 시합은 함서희 선수님이 이기실 것 같다라는 발언을 하셨는데, 메이 야마구치 선수는 이전 이제 타이틀 도전권까지 갔던 선수고, 이렇게 두 분하고 경험도 있는 선수고, 친분도 있는 선수인데, 이런 선수께서 그런 발언을 하셨다는 거에 대해서 어떻게 생각을 하시나요?
선수가 저랑도 시합을 해보고 데니스 잠보안가 선수랑도 시합을 해보고 그런 결과를 말을 해준 거잖아요. 몸소 느낀 선수 말이 정확한 게 아닐까 생각합니다.
Mei Yamaguchi is someone who competed with me and competed with Denice. So she knows physically how we compare, me and Denice. And, what's more correct than somebody who experienced fighting both of us? I think that would be the correct answer.
Do you feel like you're being underestimated, Denice, with Mei and Angela both predicting against you?
Yes, I think so, but cannot say anything. And also, it's really good for me. Also, it's my advantage because it keeps me motivated. Because a lot of people is underestimating me, so I will do my work and prove them wrong. Both of them.
This one is for Seo Hee. A lot of people picking you as their dark horse to win the tournament. What about yourself? Who do you think is your biggest threat to win the Grand Prix?
함서희 선수님, 함서희 많은 선수들 그리고 전문가들 그리고 팬분들이 전부 다 함서희 선수님이 이 대회를 우승할 거다. 함서희 선수님이 다크호스다. 이렇게 얘기를 하고 예상들을 하고 계시는데 함서희 선수님 본인은 어떻게 생각하시나요? 그리고 함서희 선수님이 이번 그랑프리에서 딱 한 명을 뽑아서 이 선수가 제일 큰 나에게는 좀 어려운 상대다 하는 한 분을 뽑자면은 그게 누가 될까요?
우선 많은 분들이 그렇게 생각해 주셔서 너무너무 감사하고, 지금 토너먼트 출전 중인 선수들을 제가 다 생각해 보진 않아가지고, 딱히 누가 좀 어렵다, 힘들다고 생각한 적이 없습니다. 저는 이 시합 준비하고, 원 챔피언십 이거 시합 준비하면서 오직 제 상대 선수 한 명 정해진 선수만 생각했기 때문에, 다른 상대 선수들은 생각해 본 적이 없어요.
First of all, I would like to thank everyone who thinks that I'm the dark horse and, for thinking about me. And regarding the question about who I think will be the hardest challenge for me in this tournament, to be honest, I never really thought about it because I'm just 100% focused on Denice Zamboanga right now because she's the one in front of me. And I'm not really thinking about the other athletes right now because right now, I just have to be focused to Denice Zamboanga.
Our next question comes from Drake Riggs of My MMA News, who says, Denice, as an undefeated fighter, what has been your biggest learning experience so far in MMA?
For me, biggest experience that in my career, having experienced opponent, most experienced opponent, but having underdog, always underdog, but still winning.
We have a question from Jack Gottsell of Tarps Off Sports. Jack, your mic is unmuted. Jack, are you there? We move on then from another text question coming in from Kalsod, who says to Denice, how do you feel about a potential fight with Stamp Fairtex?
Another fight. When I was in the previous gym, we are sparring together. So she's my friend, really, really close friend. But I asked her if she's gonna fight me. She said yes, so I'm okay with it. Let's do it.
I think that's certainly one that the fans have been talking about for a long time now. We have another question coming in, this time from Kevin Estrada of Burn Sport. Go ahead, Kevin.
Check that. Good morning. My question's for Denice. You already saw last Friday on Jenelyn Olsim's Atomweight debut, and she came up with a huge win over Bing Nguyen. Now, Coach Mark has told the media last Friday that he wanted you to win, and either you or Jenelyn. How do you react now that even a fellow Filipino from Team Lakay has all praises for you, and she wants you to win the entire Grand Prix to face Angela?
For me, it's really overwhelmed. Really overwhelmed because a lot of people, especially Coach Mark, also mentioned me to look forward on this Grand Prix. So I think that would be. I feel so grateful because I'm bringing honor to Philippines when I become a champion.
Follow up to that. Follow up to that, Denice, and it seems that there's also a possibility that you and Jenelyn might face each other on the cage. Are you not taking any chances?
For me, because this is fight, this is business, everything could happen. So if ever me and Jenelyn would fight, I think it's okay. Business is business.
Sorry for that question. Thanks, Mr. the presenters. I'm yielding the floor to the next to our colleague. Thanks.
Final question for Seo Hee Ham. Given that Angela Lee has given her confidence to you, she will be the one waiting for you if you win this tournament. What is your message for the champion?
함서희 선수님, 안젤라 리 선수께서는 함서희 선수님이 이 시합을 이길 거라고 예상했고 함서희 선수님이 우승할 것 같다고 하시는데 또 다른 그 뜻은 안젤라 리 선수께서 함서희 선수님을 기다리고 있겠다는 뜻이 됩니다. 왜냐하면은 우승을 하시면 안젤라 리 선수와 해야 되니까. 함서희 선수님은 그 챔피언인 안젤라 리 선수에게 메시지 같은 게 있으신가요?
우선 육아하세요.
I hope you have a great motherhood first.
And we must give that same opportunity to Denice. You did kind of send the champ a message earlier, but if you are the one to win this tournament and Angela is the one waiting for you, what's your message to her?
I've been waiting to fight her since last year, I guess. So I was looking forward to it.
I think everyone will look forward to that one because we're definitely looking forward to this one. Seo Hee Ham versus Denice Zamboanga. Huge potential to be one of the best fights we've seen in years. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to the media, and please do stay with us as coming up next will be Stamp Fairtex and Alyona Rassohyna.
So I just realized something. Hey, you're
What?
muted, Nick.
Yeah, I'm off now. Here you go.
This whole idea of doing these face-offs with fighters who don't both speak English is really pointless.
It
Because
is
they don't
incredibly
understand what they're saying. Like, so he didn't understand what she was saying.
But also, you can only do a face-off if it's one person asking all the questions. I think if Andrew was hosting it and just doing it, and ideally you want them in the same room as well. But
yeah,
it's not really a face-off, is it? Because you're not putting questions to both. I mean, they're trying to do both questions to both fighters, but it's not really working anyway. And that's way too long. Again, that one could have ended 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah. Anyway, Stamp Fairtex up next, and Rassohyna as well. Rematch from January or February, was it? February, yeah. Where Stamp claims she didn't tap. I missed that
that
fight,
long ago?
actually. I was in hospital, but yeah, a lot of drama on that one. It was a while ago now. So, do you think it can go any different? I think a lot of people were taking Stamp, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think they should. Like I said, if you saw the fight, Nick, it was pretty one-way traffic.
Just saw the end, yeah, pretty much on Twitter.
Yeah, no, it was pretty much a vintage Stamp performance for the entire 14 minutes and 59 seconds of that fight. Very little resistance from Alyona. She pretty much just got a Hail Mary in that one. So I struggle to see how it goes any differently. Maybe Stamp's a little bit more cautious, which I guess she definitely should have been because she ended up getting caught there in the very last second. But I don't know. I just can't see Rassohyna beating her any other way than that same exact way.
Yeah, and I'll probably ask Stamp the same question, but do you think, given she's had a while now to just focus on MMA, probably for the first time in her career, the longest stretch,
Right.
she's just been training MMA, we're going to see a level up from Stamp?
Yeah, you would think so, right? I mean, that's never good, especially in something as taxing mentally as MMA, to have your eggs in multiple baskets. It's always, especially for if the thing you're working towards is MMA, you want to be as focused on that as you possibly can. And I think that'll only help her and avoid any mental lapses or brain farts that get you caught in guillotines or whatever it was she got caught in.
Yes, of course. Stamp made her name in Muay Thai, and she also had the kickboxing title in one championship. Former double champ. She's lost both belts in the span of 1 year, and then lost her first MMA fight. It's a pretty bad run for Stamp, hasn't it, been, Drake?
I mean, it could have been better. We'll see if she can make up for that here.
Yes, you sandwiched in between. She did get a win in July when one first came back in Bangkok. But anyway, here's White Law. Let's unmute him. We're joining again. Here we go.
This Friday, Alyona Rassohyna. Once again, to ask questions, kindly raise your hand on Zoom or type your questions on the Zoom chat. Let's begin with the first question, which goes to Stamp. Let's set the record straight. Talk about your last fight with Alyona. What happened in that fight? Did you tap, yes or no?
ให้สแตมพูดถึงไฟท์ที่แล้วที่แข่งกับอาริโอนาว่าคราวที่แล้วเนี่ยอธิบายนิดนึงว่าสรุปว่าแท็บหรือไม่แท็บค่ะ
ไฟล์ที่แล้วไม่ได้แท็บค่ะก็ยืนยันว่าไม่ได้แท็บค่ะ
Well, I still insist in the last fight I didn't tap, but the angle that the referee saw was a tap, so I just respect his decision.
Well, there you have it. You heard it from the woman herself, and we'll follow that up with our first question, which comes from Jack Gotzel from Tops Off Sports.
I have a question for both fighters. With this being an immediate rematch, what do you each look to change from the last fight to this fight?
I can go first. Alyona, если бы бой закончился бы, сразу же бы, стал бы после вот вашего боя первого, да, что бы вы бы поменяли с предыдущего и вот прям вот на нынешний бой?
Я не поняла, что такое закончился сразу же.
В плане того, что если бы бой вот ваш закончился первый и сразу же сделали бы второй бой моментально. Не говорят прям какой день, но вот давайте скажем на следующий день. Что бы вы поменяли с предыдущего на нынешний?
Поменяла бы, я бы, наверное, подтянула свою функциональную подготовку.
I think what I would have changed is my functionality.
สำหรับคำถามสำหรับสแตมนะคะก็คือว่าคิดว่าไฟล์นี้เนี่ยคือจะมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงปรับเปลี่ยนยังไงในการต่อสู้กับอาริโอนาเมื่อเทียบกับไฟล์ที่แล้วบ้าง
ก็คิดว่าจะมีผลที่ชนะ 100% ค่ะก็ต้องชนะอยู่แล้วเนาะ
แล้วการเตรียมตัวเป็นยังไงบ้างหมายถึงว่าสกิลในการเตรียมตัว
ก็กะว่าจะเล่นมวยยืนค่ะก็จะชนะให้ได้ค่ะ
Okay, my only thing in my mind is like I will do whatever that I have for this fight to leave the cage with my arm braced. My last experience taught me that I have to take a chance to finish the fight right away when there is an opportunity. And then this fight, I plan to do more on striking rather than a ground game.
Thank you both.
A reminder that we will limit it to 2 questions each from the media just due to time. And with that, we go to our next question, which comes from Nick Atkin of SCMP MMA. Nick, your mic is unmuted.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay. Question for Stamp. How important has it been for you to be able to focus completely on your mixed martial arts in training for the last year or so? Obviously, you have been a champion in kickboxing and Muay Thai before, but you've had an extended amount of time to just focus on MMA. Is that going to help you really level up and show everyone you're a new athlete?
การที่สแตมได้มีโอกาสเนี่ยโฟกัสในการเทรน MMA เนี่ยพูดได้ว่าน่าจะร่วมขวบปีด้วยกันเพราะว่าในปีที่แล้วเนี่ยสแตมได้โฟกัสในการเทรนคิกบ็อกซิ่งและมวยไทยมาแล้วนะคะทีเนี้ยในช่วงปีนี้มันมีระยะเวลาค่อนข้างนานของสแตมในการเตรียมตัวสำหรับไฟล์นี้คิดว่ามีความสำคัญยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็มันทำให้เราเพิ่มสกิลในการต่อสู้ในท่านอนมากขึ้นค่ะแล้วก็ทำให้เรารู้เทคนิคในการนอนมากขึ้นค่ะ
Well, of course, my skill is 100% leveled up for this fight. I have more time to prepare on my ground game. Even I trying to focus on my striking, but also I did improve on my ground game and then grappling skills.
And just one more for Stamp as well. It was quite a difficult 12 months for you, February 2020 to February 2021. Just how much are you looking forward to try and put those difficulties behind you after the defeats you had, and just how much is that inspiring you and motivating you to prove everyone who might be doubting you now to prove them wrong?
คิดว่าสแตมเนี่ยมีการพัฒนาขึ้นมาอย่างไรบ้างถ้าเกิดจากเดือนกุมภาพันธ์ปีที่แล้วจนถึงเดือนกุมภาพันธ์ปีนี้ค่ะที่ผ่านมาแล้วก็สแตมแบบได้พ่ายแพ้ไปอะไรเงี้ยค่ะตรงนี้คิดว่ามันจะเป็นแรงบันดาลใจยังไงบ้างให้สแตมได้ก้าวขึ้นมาแบบเป็นนักกีฬาที่ดีขึ้นกว่าเดิม
ก็คิดว่าจากที่แพ้เดือนกุมภาพันธ์ที่ผ่านมาก็ทำให้มีแรงกระตุ้นในการซ้อมมากขึ้นค่ะแล้วก็ทำให้อยากจะชนะมากขึ้นแล้วก็พัฒนาตัวเองได้มากขึ้นค่ะ
Well, it has a lot of motivating me to come back to be better fighter in every fight that I have, and then my goal is just to get a belt.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck for the fight.
Thank you, Nick. Up next, we will go to Leon Jennings of Asian Persuasion MMA.
Okay, first question for Alyona. What were your thoughts when you got stamped in the first round of the Grand Prix, and were you surprised with a ground game in the first fight?
Алена, вопрос вам. Удивлены ли вы результатом первого боя, именно что вот именно так закончится этот бой?
Нет, я не удивлена результатом, потому что я хороший грэплер, и я рассчитывала на более досрочную раннюю победу в первом раунде. Я хотела финишировать, выйти на руку. К сожалению, я вышла и на руку, но у меня не получилось удержаться там, поэтому я потеряла позицию. Еще я несколько раз выходила на руку, несколько раз выходила на удушение. И по итогу я задушила ее в третьем раунде.
Now, frankly, I'm not surprised with the result. That I know that my strength is grappling, and a couple of times during the fight, if you watched it, I've tried to armbar her, but wasn't successful. But by keeping trying that, in the third round, I managed to submit her.
And Stamp, for you, where would this rank winning the Grand Prix compared to winning the Muay Thai and kickboxing belts in one championship?
ถามถึงแซมนะคะแซมคิดว่าตัวเองเนี่ยอยู่ในแรงระดับไหนถ้าเกิดเทียบกับในแรงกลางปีระหว่างกลางปีกับมวยไทยอะค่ะคิดว่าตัวเองในระดับไหนของในเลเวลการแข่งขัน
หมายถึง MMA ใช่ไหมคะพี่กวาง
อยู่ในขั้นสูงสุดอยู่ในขั้นระดับท็อประดับกลางระดับอะไรยังไง
หนูคิดว่าหนูอยู่ในระดับกลางค่ะเพราะว่ามีคนเก่งๆมากกว่าหนูเยอะค่ะ
Well, I would say like currently I'm in the middle level of the MMA Grand Prix, but I will try my best to get on the top.
Thanks. Good luck, girls.
Thanks, Leon. Next, we'll go to Raj Shekhar of Essentially Sports. Raj, your mic is open.
Hello, my question would be to Stamp. Obviously, this is a much awaited rematch. The fans had wanted to see it. So are you really feeling the hype? Like, is it enjoyable or is there a pressure of proving your point since you have already raised that the first fight that didn't go up to your will?
ก็คราวนี้เนี่ยคือเป็นการรีแมตช์กับอลิโอนาอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะสแตมมีความกดดันมากแค่ไหนเพราะว่าครั้งที่แล้วเนี่ยสแตมได้พ่ายแพ้ไปอย่างน่าเสียดายอะค่ะ
ก็ไฟล์นี้ไม่กดดันค่ะก็จะต่อยตามสไตล์ตัวเองค่ะสบายๆไม่กดดันตัวเองค่ะ
In this fight, I am 100 prepared both mentally and physically. I am no pressure at all for a rematch with Alyona.
My next question would be to Alyona. Just wanted to know her reaction to it. Like, obviously, she had a great win in the first fight, but a lot of people doubted the credibility of that win. So, what was her reaction to that?
Вопрос вам, Алена. Ваш предыдущий бой вы выиграли, и однозначно вы видели, как все были не согласны этой победой. Какая ваша реакция по поводу этого?
Ну, во-первых, не все были не согласны, а многие были согласны с этим. У Stamp очень хорошая поддержка, потому что у нее активные зрители. Поэтому ребята, которые не совсем компетентны в ММА, они были не согласны. Но это диванные критики, их будет очень много. И если я буду обращать внимание на комментарии людей, которые абсолютно не имеют никакого отношения к спорту, то, наверное, я закончу этот спорт. Поэтому есть квалифицированные судьи, чему я благодарна. Есть квалифицированные тренера, да, которые пересмотрели этот бой. Масса людей, которые сказали, что да, она постучала, и я чувствовала вибрацию руки не как отжимание тела, а как сдачу. Поэтому и я отпустила тогда, когда нас уже растянули.
Well, honestly, not everyone actually is saying that that it's not fair and I lost. Sorry, yeah, that she didn't tap, but people who are qualified, who understand, the qualified coaches, qualified referees, they do understand that she actually tapped, and when I was submitting here, I felt the vibration, so it's obviously is. But people who are doesn't understand what is MMA, and I know there are a lot of fans of her. If I would pay attention in that, I would have finished my MMA game a long time ago. So it's I don't really care about it.
Just wanted to know quickly whether the first fight has really impacted the scenario of the rematch. Like, is there any bad blood infused, or are you really unbothered about what has happened in the first fight? And are you seeing this rematch as a brand new, fresh matchup?
Первый бой, который у вас был вот после результата, после вот этого шума, который был после него, что вы не выиграли, давит ли это на вас вот именно на этом бою? Или наоборот?
Ни в коем случае. Я никак к этому просто не отношусь. Для меня это прошлая история, и каждый новый бой – это не затянутая нить предыдущего. Для меня это новый бой с новой соперницей, пусть даже она будет та же, поэтому я по-новому обрабатывала полностью ее технику, пересматривала ее бои и отношусь к ней как к новой сопернице, но с выводами предыдущего боя.
Thank you so much.
No, really, it doesn't really bother me. For every fight, I prepare as newly. So with her again, if I have fought with her, still I prepared for a new fighter, but with outcomes what happened in the previous fight.
Thanks to both the fighters.
Thank you. A reminder to put your hand up to ask a question or send in your question via text. And if you do ask your questions, please limit it to 2 for the sake of time. We have our next question via text coming from Derek Wright of No Judges Necessary podcast. This is for both fighters. We'll start with Stamp. Being such an anticipated rematch and on a stacked all-women's card, what does this fight mean to your legacy as a fighter?
คำถามสำหรับแซมนะคะคราวนี้เนี่ยก็คือแซมได้มาเป็น1 ใน 8นักกีฬาหญิงที่อยู่ในไฟท์การ์ดนี้ในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้มีความหมายกับแซมยังไงบ้าง
มันทำให้แตมโชว์ศักยภาพมากขึ้นค่ะแล้วก็ทำให้แตมได้เจอคู่แข่งหลายๆคนแล้วก็มีประสบการณ์มากขึ้นค่ะ
Well, it is such an honor for me to be selected to participate among the top 8 female martial artists in this tournament. And I am happy to represent Thailand. This is something that I can proud of, and then I can bring the best out in me. And then all the opponents are like quite tough. So I am happy to be in a part of this to improve my skill by facing a lot of toughest women in the world.
The same question for Alyona. What does this rematch and this fight and this stage mean to your legacy?
Этот турнир очень ожидаемый во всем мире. Что это для вас значит в целом для вашего наследия и этот рематч против вашей соперницы?
Для меня это много чего значит, потому что Украина еще активно не показывала себя в этой организации, и поэтому для меня большая честь быть в 8 лучших женщин, которые участвуют в таком турнире. Поэтому, конечно же, я хочу финишировать этот бой яркой победой и закрепить то, что моя первая победа над Stamp Fairtex была не случайной, и все это ожидаемо в следующем нашем бою.
Honestly, it's a huge honor to me because Ukraine fighters never have participated in such big events. So it's an honor for me to represent my country. And with this rematch, it's important for me to win. And the best is to submit again to show people that it's not the previous fight wasn't by chance.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Big Rigg from My MMA News. To Alyona, do you feel like everyone is sleeping on you in the tournament? If so, do you like being the underdog?
Считаете ли вы, что вас считают каким-то несерьезным соперником в этом бою? И считаете ли, что вас считают как андердогом в этом бою?
Да, я думаю, что так и есть, потому что Stamp уже давно в этой организации, она раскрученная, и медийно раскрученная, и у нее больше опыта именно в этой организации выступления. Поэтому у нее есть своя аудитория, которая ее смотрит давно, много лет за ней уже наблюдает и болеет. Поскольку я новый человек в этой организации, я не такая популярная, и обо мне мало кто здесь знает. В основном мое имя пользуется популярностью в России, в Украине, там, в Беларуси, в Эстонии. И там я уже успела зарекомендовать себя, поэтому для меня это новое место, и для того, чтобы закрепиться здесь, мне нужно, конечно же, проводить яркие бои, выигрывать у ярких соперников.
Yes, of course. I do see that. I do believe on that. But it's kind of fine to me. I don't really think about it because, Fairtex is quite well known in this promotion. She's quite she fought a lot in this promotion. So she's promoted well. And I'm not really well known in this region, but in my countries like Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, and Estonia, people know me. But with this kind of fight, with this kind of I would say loud fight, big fights, I will tell people around the world that me as Alyona exist.
Thank you. Up next, it's also from Drake Riggs. This one's for Stamp. Are there any plans to dye your hair a crazy color before fight night?
คำถามนี้สำหรับสแตมนะคะสแตมมีแผนที่จะย้อมสีผมก่อนการขึ้นชกวันศุกร์นี้ไหมคะ
ไม่มีค่ะก็กะว่าจะทำสีนี้แหละสีดำขึ้นไปสู้ค่ะเพราะว่าไม่ว่าจะสีไหนก็สามารถชนะได้ค่ะ
Well, in this time, I would say no. I would not do any color because, like any color, even black or a spatial hair crazy color, I will know that I will going to win this fight.
I got to follow up on that one. Is there anyone in the tournament who can rival the Stamp Fairtex walkout?
ก็คิดว่าแบบในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ค่ะคืออยากทราบว่าแบบสแตมจะมีแผนในการจะ walk out อะไรยังไงบ้างหรือว่าคู่แข่งที่เท่าเทียมกันอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
แบบไหนคะ
ที่คิดว่าเท่าเทียมกันกับสแตมอะค่ะ
ยังไงหนูไม่เข้าใจ
คืออยากทราบว่าในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้คือสแตมคิดว่าแบบสแตมAndrew can you repeat it again
Is there anyone in the tournament who could rival the Stamp Fairtex walkout?
โอเคใครที่เป็นคู่แข่งที่สแตมมองว่าแบบในการ walk out ออกมาเนี่ยคือที่ไม่แน่ใจว่าสแตมจะมีโอกาสในการเต้นการโชว์อะไรนี้หรือเปล่าใครเป็นคู่แข่งที่มองว่าเฮ้ยน่าจะมีแบบจุดเด็ดตรงเนี้ยเดินออกมาเหมือนกันกับเรา
ไม่น่ามีค่ะน่าจะมีหนูคนเดียวค่ะ
I was thinking it will be only me no one else will do it right like me
I think that's fair. Up next, we have a question coming from Ivan from Fight Game Asia. Ivan Stewart, your mic is open.
All right. Good afternoon. So I have a question for Stamp because you have been teammates with Denice before, and I don't know how the semifinals will be after the quarterfinals. So assuming you're gonna face Denice either in the semifinals or the final, how will you approach that match since you're both former teammates?
ก็คำถามสำหรับสแตมนะคะอันนี้ก็คือทางสื่อเนี่ยเขาทราบมาว่าสแตมกับเดนิสเนี่ยเคยเทรนที่ Fairtex ด้วยกันอยากทราบว่าในโอกาสเนี้ยถ้าเกิดมีโอกาสได้ต้องมาแข่งกับเดนิสเนี่ยจะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะคิดว่าจะรับโอกาสตรงนี้ไหม
ก็แน่นอนค่ะรับค่ะก็ต่อยกันบนเวทีข้างล่างก็ยังเป็นเพื่อนกันค่ะ
Yes of course she's my friend and then but however in the circle I will accept the fight if I have to compete with her like in the fight we fight after the fight we friend
All right, thank you very much Stamp. Thank you Andrew.
Thank you, Ivan from Dugout. We finished with some text questions from Fight Game Asia. This one's for Stamp. If you get caught in the guillotine again, what will you do differently this time?
ก็เพื่อไม่ให้จบเหมือนคราวที่แล้วคิดว่าไฟนี้เนี่ยสแตมมีแพลนที่จะเปลี่ยนแปลงหรือเตรียมแผนการแข่งขันไว้ยังไงบ้างคะ
ไฟนี้เต็มมาเต็มร้อยค่ะแต่คิดว่าแตมสามารถล้มอาริโอนาได้ค่ะ
มีแผนอะไรที่จะบอกเรา
ไม่บอกได้ไหมมันอาจจะเป็นเซอร์ไพรส์ก็ได้
Well in this fight I will not say on my game plan or in front of Alyona but I know that I can win over her and then you know I am just focused on my coming into this fight in amazing shape and I'm ready to go I've got something to show everyone and that's something else is my killer instinct
And for Alyona, do you think she would dare to go to the ground with you again?
Алена, вопрос вам. Думаете ли вы, что она еще раз попадется именно вот на submission, либо же она будет осторожничать в этом плане?
Я думаю, что она будет осторожничать, я думаю, что она будет держать дистанцию, я думаю, что она сделала выводы после того боя, поэтому я к этому готова, у меня тоже есть свои наработки.
I think she'll be very careful this time. After learnings from the last fight. But I have something that I have prepared, so you guys will see.
Well, there's certainly plenty of buzz following that first fight. This one should be even bigger. We cannot wait. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to the media for your questions. Please do stay with us, as up next we'll have Ritu Phogat and Meng Bo.
All right, we're back. Ritu Phogat and Meng Bo up next, as Andy Whitelaw said. Hopefully soon. We are 2 hours and 39 minutes into this. Well, I actually kicked this off 10 minutes before it started, so yeah, nearly been sat here for 3 hours. And we've got 2 more face-offs. We've also got the Panda, Xiong Jingnan, and Michelle Nicolini. The main event will be after Ritu and Meng Bo. So, Mr. Riggs, Ritu Phogat, Meng Bo, who you got?
Ooh, I got Meng Bo. I think that she might be my second half of the finals if I was to pick, depending on how this bracket kind of looks, Nick, because did they change it? I mean, originally it was supposed to be what, Stamp and Alyona facing the winner of Denice and Ham, but is it different now?
Well, I was
know?
confused as well because I asked
Yeah.
Itsuki Hirata, who do you think you'll fight, Meng Bo or Ritu? And she said, I think I'm going to fight the winner of Stamp and Alyona. But the original brackets had her on the same side as Ritu and Meng Bo. I don't know. I haven't seen
Yeah.
it. A lot of people in the comments were saying they've switched around the brackets, but I honestly don't know really. And that is the worst thing. They might just do it on the fly. You know, you never know with
Right.
one championship. They might look at the winners and then think, oh, all right, we're going to match these two up and these two. We want this final. It's not out of the realms of possibility, is it?
Yeah.
Given they've just moved Ritu out and then back in, and they, yeah, you know, it is what it is. We'll see. I don't know. I really don't know. If anyone in the comments has some clear answer as to a bracket, please enlighten us.
Well, Chuck says he doesn't think it was ever actually set. I mean, at least they showed us, you know, visually a bracket.
Yeah,
you know,
there was definitely a visual bracket, and I will bring it on screen maybe later on. It definitely had 2 sides, you know, like you normally get with the brackets. So at one point, and they released that, they did a big song and dance, releasing it through Helwani or Raimondi on ESPN. So they wanted it to have prominence. Anyway, Andrew Whitelaw is back, so I'll join this audio again.
On this historic all women's card, 1 in power, and we are very excited for Friday. But in the meantime, we are now speaking to 2 of the most incredible fighters on the card. The hugely popular star that is the Indian Tigress, Ritu Phogat, and China's Meng Bo, who's arguably the hardest hitter in the tournament. This matchup should be absolute fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll start with you, Ritu. What a journey it's been. You're back in the Grand Prix. How pleased are you that maybe you're where you belong now? You're back with us in this tournament.
रितु नताशा बोल रही हूँ। वो बोल रहे हैं कि आप ग्रैंड प्री में वापस आ गए हो, आपको कैसे जहाँ पे आप बिलोंग करते हो, तो आपको आके कैसे लग रहा है इसके बारे में? एंड हम काफी प्लीज्ड है आपको यहाँ पर लेकर, तो आपका क्या टेक है इस पर?
बिल्कुल, मैं काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हूँ और बहुत खुश हूँ कि मेरा नाम ग्रैंड प्रिक्स में वापस आया और बिल्कुल मैं 3 सितंबर को सबको दिखाऊंगी कि क्यों मैं ग्रैंड प्रिक्स डिजर्व करती थी और क्यों मैं कंटिन्यू बोल रही थी कि मैं ग्रैंड प्रिक्स डिजर्व करती हूँ। तो बिल्कुल मैं काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हूँ 3 सितंबर के लिए।
Yeah, so Andrew, Ritu says that she's extremely excited to be a part of the Grand Prix, and she kept maintaining from day one that she belonged to the Grand Prix, and she's proved her mettle yet again, and she thinks that she strongly and she judicially deserves to be here, and that's what gives her the kick that she's finally where she belongs. It's a homecoming experience for her.
Absolutely. And now we have our first media question. This comes from Leon Jennings of Asian Persuasion MMA. Leon, your mic is open.
A question for Ritu. Was there anything specific you've learned in your last 2 fights against Ben Ewan and Lin Equin, which you can take with you into the circle Friday night?
Okay, Ritu, वो पूछ रहा है आपका जो ली के साथ लास्ट फाइट हुआ था, जहाँ उसका कुछ लर्निंग है जो आप अपने नेक्स्ट मैच में लेकर चलोगे?
बिल्कुल, हर कोई मतलब अपने हर मैच से कुछ ना कुछ सीखता है और बिल्कुल मैं भी अपने हर मैच से कुछ ना कुछ सीखती हूँ। तो बिल्कुल लास्ट जो मेरी ली के साथ फाइट थी और मैं उसमें विन की, तो उससे मुझे थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आया है और वो कॉन्फिडेंस मुझे अपने 3 सितंबर के मैच में काफी हेल्प करेगा।
yes, every fight's a learning experience for her, and she takes some very invaluable lessons with every fight that she endures. And the last fight has made her a lot more confident as an MMA professional, and you will get to see that confidence from Ritu in the next fight.
Got a question for Bo. Obviously, you've had a lot of change of opponents in the last few months. You're back now with Ritu. How's that affected your training camp and your whole preparation?
小博，就是你过去这几个月里面，就是这次半决赛的对手其实是换了几次的，这个对你来说有没有什么影响？对你的这个比赛的准备有没有什么造成影响呢？
没有造成什么大的影响，就是一开始备赛的时候就是以阅读的方式去备赛的，然后最后换成他还是挺高兴的，其实。
Yeah, actually, I don't feel anything different. Actually, I've been training for Ritu since beginning, and then I heard maybe some opponent changing. Then I quite like just wait for they tell me who's the next. Then it's Ritu again. I'm very happy that I've been training very well.
Cool. Good luck, ladies.
Thank you.
Up next, we'll take our question from Raj Shekhar from Essentially Sports. Go ahead, Raj.
First of all, I would like to congratulate both women for making this far, and glad to reconnect with Ritu. So I just wanted to know that she's representing India into the historic fight night. So how does she feel about it?
Yeah, Ritu, Raj बोल रहे हैं, पहले वो आपको congratulate कर रहे हैं कि all women's card पे आप भी featured हो. दोनों को एक्चुअली कंग्रेचुलेट कर रहे हैं, दोनों मैंगो और आपको बोल रहे हैं इतना बड़ा ऐतिहासिक इवेंट है जिसमें आप पार्टिसिपेट करने वाली हो फ्राइडे को, तो आपको इस बारे में कैसे लग रहा है?
बिल्कुल काफी अच्छा लग रहा है कि मैं इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ और इतने बड़े इवेंट में और इतने इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे, तो काफी अच्छा लग रहा है और काफी एक्साइटेड हूँ क्योंकि बहुत सारे देशवासियों की उम्मीद है, बहुत सारे देशवासियों का सपोर्ट है, तो बिल्कुल यस काफी खुश हूँ.
So Raj, she says that she's extremely elated on such a large scale, on such a momentous platform, and she says that there's a lot of hopes. There are a lot of hopes that's pinning on her, and she wants to make sure that she live up to all these hopes of her fans and supporters. So yes, she feels completely on top of the world to be a part of this event.
Also, I wanted to know that a few days back, Meng Bo said that knocking out Ritu wouldn't be very difficult for her. She has obviously praised Ritu's impeccable dominance in the division, but she has also said that she has got a lot more experience, a lot more prowess than the Indian Tigress. So how does Ritu react to that?
Okay. रितु वो कह रहे हैं कि मैंगो ने रिसेंटली कहा था कि आपको हराना इतना कुछ डिफिकल्ट नहीं होगा, भले ही मैंगो ने आपके बारे में अच्छा भी कहा है, बट वो कहती है कि उनके पास डोमिनेंस है एंड प्लस उनके पास काफी पावर है एंड एक्सपीरियंस है आपको हराने.
बिल्कुल मैं वो एक अच्छी फाइटर है, काफी एक्सपीरियंस है, मैं उसकी रिस्पेक्ट करती हूँ, लेकिन मैं ये कहूंगी कि मेरे को कम समझने की भूल कभी बिल्कुल भी मत करना. जो मैं लास्ट फाइट में थी मैं उसके बिल्कुल उससे भी ज्यादा खतरनाक मैं आने वाली फाइट में हूँ, तो बिल्कुल मेरे को बिल्कुल कम मत समझना. तो इंडियन टाइगर्स एक नए रूप में दिखेगी.
Yeah, so Raj, she says that yes, she totally respects Meng Bo because she's an experienced fighter. However, Ritu is warning Meng Bo that do not underestimate her because Ritu is way more dangerous than what you've seen last time. She is an Indian tigress, and you will see a completely different side of the Indian tigress in the upcoming match. So just a little piece of disclaimer for Meng Bo that do not consider her any less than her.
小博，瑞图说你不要低估他，他说他这次会向你展现什么是真正的印度泰交虎。你对此有什么看法呢？
我希望他能撑过一回合吧。
From Meng Bo, I hope she could last first round.
Now my question would be to Meng Bo. Obviously, Meng Bo has all the accolades, all everything to tout in front of Ritu Phogat. But like if you look back at Ritu's last fight against Lynn Hekin, she really outclassed a veteran opponent, and Hekin is such an opponent whom both Meng Bo and Ritu share. So is Meng Bo really confident about taking out Ritu Phogat in the first round? And if it surpasses the first round, how does she sees the fight happening?
小波，你看了那个瑞图和林和晴的上场比赛以后，你觉得你是否有足够的信心能够在第一回合终结他？如果你有这样的信心的话，是什么带给你这样的信心的呢？
我觉得场上的话应该瞬息万变嘛，但是我会努力的在第一回合就解决。
Yeah, actually, everything could happen in a fight, but I have been training for first round first round knockout in this whole camp, so that's my plan.
Thank you so much, and all the best to both the women before the historic fight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. We go now to Rahul Chabra from Indian Express. Rahul, your mic is open. Rahul, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead with your question.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, Ritu and Meng Bo. Ritu, congratulations. The entire India is cheering for you. And trust me, we are so proud of you. Now, a lot of fighters actually feel that Ritu, coming from a wrestling background, is only relying on one trick, that is to take the opponent down and then dominate. So how is your preparation against Meng Bo? I'm not talking about the strategy, just the preparation, because Meng Bo is an excellent striker.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
बिल्कुल मैं मतलब मेरी टीम के साथ मेरे कोच के साथ तैयारी मतलब बहुत अच्छी ट्रेनिंग हुई है, बहुत हमारा फाइट कैंप बहुत अच्छा गया है और बिल्कुल मैं अपने न्यू चैलेंज के लिए बिल्कुल रेडी हूँ। तो बिल्कुल और अभी मतलब जितनी भी ट्रेनिंग की है वो 3 सितंबर को रिंग में दिखेगी।
Yeah, so Rahul, Ritu says that she's been training extremely hard for this day, and all the training that she's done is something that you will witness for the next match on the 3rd of September. Ritu, आपको और preparation के बारे में कहना है?
नहीं, that's it.
Yeah, that's it, Rahul.
Great, thank you so much. And Ritu, wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Up next, we have Anuj from One Dojo. Go ahead, Anuj. Anuj, your mic is open. Let's skip ahead to our next journalist. We have Rup Saka from One Dojo. Rup, go ahead. Rup, are you there?
Hello, everyone. Sorry for the audio. First of all, best wishes to the fighters for the upcoming event. My question is to Ritu. As you have shown some progressions in the striking, do you feel that the striking will make any difference in your upcoming event?
रितु वो कहते हैं आपने स्ट्राइकिंग को लेकर इतना अच्छा बताया है इन द लास्ट फ्यू मैचेस, तो आपको लगता है अलग कुछ डिफरेंस कर पाएगा आपके नेक्स्ट मैच में?
बिल्कुल मैंने मतलब हर मैच में आपने देखा कि मेरी स्ट्राइकिंग इम्प्रूव है, तो बिल्कुल आप मेरे आने वाले मैच में भी मेरी स्ट्राइकिंग को और काफी मतलब और बेटर देखेंगे.
Yeah, so like she's rightly saying, if you've seen her, if you followed her progress, her striking has been improving, and she's been working really hard towards honing her striking skills, and that's something that you will witness during her next match.
Okay, thank you. So my next question would be to Meng Bo. So in your last fight, you have faced Samara Santos and made a win out of it. So do you see Ritu Phogat as an easy opponent, or you see her as a tough one?
小博，你看待瑞图的话，你觉得他是一个就是给你送，就是你觉得是个菜，还是说你觉得他是一个很硬的对手？
我觉得这不能这么评判自己的对手吧。我也做好就是随时终结的准备，我也做好打满3局的准备，我不会轻敌的。
Well, I wouldn't call Ritu an easy opponent for sure. And I'm ready to do a first round knockout, but I'm also ready to do a three round tough fight. Since she performed a really good performance in her last few fights.
All right. So my last question.
Roop, let's just see if Ritu has anything to add to that. Ritu, Meng Bo बोल रही है that you know वो नहीं कहती है कि आप एक easy opponent हो and आपको first particular round में आपको take down करना while उनका गोल रहेगा वो ready है आपको 3 के लिए, तो इस बात पे आप क्या कहना चाहोगे?
बिल्कुल मतलब वो काफी अच्छी फाइटर है और यही कहूंगी कि मतलब सभी जितने भी मैच को देखेंगे, जितने भी दर्शक इस मैच को देखेंगे, वो मतलब काफी मजा आने वाला है इस मैच में, बहुत ही अच्छा और बहुत ही रोमांचक मैच होने वाला है ये.
Yeah, so Roop, like she rightly says, no, this one's going to be a very exciting match. It's going to be an interesting one, and although Meng Bo is an experienced fighter, you know, I think fans will be in for a delight to watch both of them take on each other.
So my last question to Ritu, how has been the training camp with Evolve MMA?
बिल्कुल मेरी पूरी टीम और कोच के साथ बहुत हार्ड वर्क किया है, डे बाय डे अपनी हर चीज पे इम्प्रूवमेंट की है, तो काफी मतलब ट्रेनिंग का बहुत ही अच्छा था और बस अभी जो भी ट्रेनिंग की है वो 3 सितंबर को जाके सर्कल में दिखानी है, तो बिल्कुल ट्रेनिंग बहुत अच्छी गई है.
All right, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, so Roop, she's been training extremely hard for this, and she's been working on her skill sets and all that she's learned. It's time to implement. It's like the rehearsals are done. It's time to give the final test, and that's what you'll see for the next match.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and best of luck for your upcoming fight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roop. Up next, we have a text question from Derek Wright of No Judges Necessary podcast. This is for both fighters. Being so that you've had much success early on in your careers, do you feel any outside pressures to represent your family or country? We'll ask this to Meng Bo first.
小博，你在这么年轻的这个职业生涯就取得了这么高的成就，这一切会不会给你带来就是说压力？你对关于你要代表你的国家来出战这样一场比赛呢？
我觉得我现在没有太大的成就吧，但最大的成就我就是想拿到金腰带之后，就觉得自己还有一些成就，然后觉得比赛的结果很重要，但是我也享受过程。
Well, I wouldn't say that I had a successful career already. I would only call myself successful once I get the belt and the Grand Prix belt and the championship belt. And I don't really feel big of a pressure because of that. And you wait till I get the championship belt, then I'm a successful fighter.
Ritu, उन्होंने पूछा है कि आपने इतनी यंग एज में इतनी कामयाबी पाई है, क्या आपको कोई प्रेशर फील होता है, कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं इतने यंग एज में, इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे आप रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो, कोई भी स्ट्रेस, कोई भी प्रेशर आपको फील होता है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल भी मुझे किसी चीज का कोई प्रेशर नहीं है और जितने मतलब मेरे करोड़ मतलब देशवासियों की उम्मीद है, तो वो चीज मुझे मोटिवेट करती है, मुझे और भी ज्यादा पुश करती है अपने गोल तक पहुंचने के लिए, तो मैं किसी चीज का प्रेशर नहीं लेती. मेरे को यही कि मैंने अपना हार्ड वर्क किया है और रिंग में जाकर अपना 110% देना है.
Okay, so pressure doesn't bog Ritu down. She says that in fact the hopes and the love of her fans is a driver for her than a deterrent. That's something that keeps her going, and that sort of encourages and motivates her to keep getting better at her game.
Thank you. Up next, we have a question from Gerdu Mi. Ritu just defeated Lin not too long ago. How do you evaluate her? How do you evaluate her fight? Were you impressed by it? That one's for Meng Bo.
小博，瑞图刚刚那个上一场比赛那个赢了林和琴，你怎么评价那场比赛？你有没有就是对那场比赛感到很震惊，或者说有感触呢？
觉得日图也是有很大的进步的，然后林可行也是刚刚开始恢复着打比赛，我觉得还是有上升空间的吧。
Well, I think Ling haven't fought for like 2 and more years, and he has a lot to improve, a lot to get used to in the cage, in the circle. But I also think that Ritu have improved a lot. I think he's a very good fighter.
This one comes from Ge Du Yin, who says to Meng Bo, you used to have a little beef with Angela Lee. Are you still mad about it?
小波，你之前和李胜洙好像有一点搞得不愉快啊，来来回回的吵过一下。你现在还对那个事儿生气吗？还有什么感受吗？
我从始至终也没有生气过，我只不过是想要拿到他那个金腰带而已。
I never feel mad at all. I just want her belt.
That makes sense. This one's from Drake Riggs. Ritu. Meng Bo is very confident that she's able to finish you at any point in the fight. Do you believe that you can do the same?
तो वो कह रहे हैं कि मैंगो बिलीव करती है कि वो आपको हरा सकती है कोई भी पॉइंट में फाइट के दौरान, तो आपको लगता है क्या आप भी उसी स्टेज पर हो?
बिल्कुल मैं अपने अपोनेंट को यही कहूंगी कि मुझे हल्के में तो बिल्कुल भी मत लें, और बिल्कुल मैं वहाँ पे दिखाऊंगी कि मुझे अपने टेक्निक पर भरोसा हो या ना हो, मुझे अपने नाम पर बिल्कुल पूरा भरोसा है कि मैं कौन हूँ.
So Andrew, Ritu says that she would like to reiterate that do not underestimate the power of Ritu Phogat. And she says that she's just like her name. She's an Indian tigress who's out on the prowl, and you will get to see that during her next match.
This is another one from Drake from My MMA News. To Meng Bo, it's always nice to get the knockout, but do you think you would be more satisfied if you could submit a great wrestler like Ritu?
给小博的问题就是知道你是一个很强的一个就是 KO 的一个选手啊，但是你会不会觉得打像瑞图这种地面摔跤手的这种特色的选手，给他一个降服会更有成就感？
对，我觉得降服会更有成就感，但是我还是特别自信我的战力吧。但是如果在地面的话，我也是不会怕的，因为我地面也不差。
Actually, I was thinking about it, but most likely I would finish him with striking. But if the fight goes to the ground, I wouldn't fear her.
Our next question comes from Anuj Damani from One Dojo. Anuj, your mic is open. Anuj, go ahead and ask your question.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning, Ritu.
Hello, good morning.
मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे ये है कि जैसे आप स्टार हैं और इंडियन एमएमए का फेस है वन चैंपियनशिप में, तो आप इंडियन फाइटर्स के लिए क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी लाने वाले हैं आने वाले समय में?
Anuj's question is that Ritu is the star and the representative of Indian MMA, and is there any message that she'd want to bring to MMA aspirants? She's the poster boy. She's the poster girl of MMA in India. So what's the message that she'd like to give to her fans? Yeah, go ahead, Ritu.
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि मिक्स मार्शल आर्ट को इंडिया में इतना नहीं मतलब इंटरेस्ट ले रहे, लेकिन काफी कुछ टाइम से काफी इंटरेस्ट ले रहे हैं, और बिल्कुल मैं उन सभी के लिए जो इंडिया से मैं उन सभी के लिए एक रास्ता ओपन करना चाहती हूँ जो इंडिया से मिक्स मार्शल आर्ट में अपना करियर बनाना चाहते हैं. तो बिल्कुल मैं वन चैंपियनशिप का बेल्ट लेकर उन सभी के लिए एक मिक्स मार्शल आर्ट में मतलब वर्ल्ड में एक रास्ता ओपन करना चाहती हूँ.
So Anuj, like Ritu rightly said, that by winning the one championship belt, she wants to open the floodgates for Indian MMA aspirants. She wants to be a driving force for a lot of young Indian aspirants, so that they are able to make the sport more mainstream in India, and so that they're able to represent the country at a global stage.
Okay, thank you. All the very best to for the fight. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Anuj. Up next, we have Dylan Bowker of My MMA News. Go ahead, Dylan.
Thank you for taking my call. My first question was for Ritu because, Meng Bo has faced some big names in the sport. Wei Li Zhang, she's got a lengthy win streak here, ranked number 2 at Atomweight. What does a win here, should you get the ideal outcome, do for your career overall?
Andrew, can I please ask Dylan to repeat that? Dylan, can I request?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Dylan
no worries. I was just saying that, Meng Bo has faced some big
Classic.
names in the sport, ranked number 2 at Atomweight. I'm wondering, in the ideal outcome, what would a win here, do for Ritu's career?
Okay. So Ritu, Dylan आपको पूछ रहा है कि Meng Bo ने कोई बड़े हस्तियों को फेस किया है पहले इनके मैचेस में, एटम वेट में इनका रैंक 2 रहा है, तो उसको अगर यदि आप हराते हो तो ये आपके लिए कितना बड़ा विन हो सकता है, ये आपके लिए क्या मायने रखेगा?
बिल्कुल मैं ये कहूंगी कि मेरे लिए हर फाइट मेरे लिए एक चैलेंजिंग रही है, और बिल्कुल ये फाइट मेरे लिए इतनी इसलिए इम्पोर्टेंट है क्योंकि ये मेरे गोल तक पहुंचने के लिए फर्स्ट स्टेप है। तो बिल्कुल मंबो मेरे लिए मतलब एक न्यू चैलेंज है, और बिल्कुल मैं इसको फेस करने के लिए रेडी हूँ।
That every fight is as equal a challenge and a milestone for us as compared to this fight, and yes, this particular fight is going to be a rite of passage, so to say, in her career, and it's going to help her reach a step closer to her finished goal. So yes, it's extremely important, but as important as the other fights that she really plays.
Appreciate the insights. And Jingnan seems like that, creates a lot of inspiration in you, someone who, has cemented themselves as a Chinese world champion, first in MMA history to do it. I'm kind of wondering, I imagine Meng is excited to compete on a base level, but how far is that competitive drive further galvanized by getting to compete on the same card as, Xiong Jingnan here?
Sorry, was that a question for Meng Bo?
Yeah, I was just asking Meng Bo about, just drawing inspiration from Xiong Jingnan and just what it means to her to also be sharing a card with her and getting to compete.
Get it. 小博，你这场比赛是和静楠姐一块儿在一个战卡上，然后你有没有对静楠姐的一些想法，一些对她的感受，对她的感情，然后和她在同一张战卡上比赛，对你来说意味着什么？
我觉得跟中国唯一一个万冠军赛冠军在一起打，而且是女子，我觉得是挺荣幸的。然后我们私底下关系也很好，我们都管他叫南哥，所以我觉得可能他跟他一起打，我的心里会有很大的底吧。
Yeah, I feel very honored to fighting the same card with the one and only China World MMA champion, and we actually call Jingnan brother Nan when we outside the cage. We have a very good personal relationship, and I feel very calm to fighting the same card with my big sister.
Thanks so much for the insights. Much appreciated.
Thank you, sir. We go now to Fight Game Asia, who have a question for Meng Bo. Does Ritu deserve to be a part of this Grand Prix, considering that she lost to B Nguyen?
小博，就是这个问题是你觉不觉得瑞图值得在这个8人赛里面打？就是因为他不是之前输给那个软币了嘛？你怎么看呢？
觉得这个8人赛的每一个位置都是自己争取来的，所以值不值得打，可能不能是我们说的吧。然后自己努力的争取来的，我觉得就值得。
I think all 8 of us have been fighting very hard to fight for this chance to compete in this Grand Prix, and I think everybody in this Grand Prix deserves it.
This one's for Ritu. What do you say to your critics who say that you don't deserve a spot in the Grand Prix after your loss to B?
रितु वो बोल रहे हैं कि आपके जो क्रिटिक्स है जो कहते हैं नो कि आप ये फाइट में आने के लिए डिजर्व नहीं करते हो क्योंकि आप बी से हारी थे, उनको आप क्या कहना चाहोगे?
बिल्कुल मैं उन सभी से यही कहना चाहूंगी कि अगर मेरे को ग्रैंड प्रिक्स में आने से पहले अगर अपने आप को प्रूव करना पड़े तो मैं उसके लिए रेडी थी कि मैं हर चैलेंज को पार करके मैं बिल्कुल ये दिखाना चाहती थी कि हाँ मैं ग्रैंड प्रिक्स डिजर्व करती हूँ, और बिल्कुल मैंने लास्ट फाइट में वो चीज दिखाई भी है लीन के साथ। तो और बिल्कुल मैं 3 सितंबर को भी दिखाऊंगी, और उन सभी जो ये बोलते हैं जो सभी नेगेटिव बात बोलते हैं उन सभी का जवाब मैं 3 सितंबर को दूंगी।
Yeah, so Andrew, she says that while she always believed that she deserved this spot in the competition, you know, she's had to face challenges and she's taken it with a pinch of salt. You know, at any given point in time, Ritu has proved herself and she's proved abilities and her skill sets, and she's truly been the winning sportsman she is. So she says that, you know, she's done all the proving to see a different side of Ritu for the next match. However, having said that, she says that she's shown that she deserves to be a part of the Grand Prix as per the last win. So she says there's nothing short, she's done nothing less, or she's done nothing short of proving herself or proving her mettle time and again. And she's taking the challenge with a pinch of salt. So yes, she's proved herself, and now you will see people will be delighted to watch her play for the next match.
This one comes from Ivan Stewart of Dugout Philippines. He says, Ritu, B got a chance to join the Grand Prix as an alternate last month, but she lost to the Philippines' Jenilyn Olsen. Had B won, were you looking towards a rematch with her in the Grand Prix at some stage? Were you looking forward to it?
Andrew, I didn't catch the last part of the question. Can I ask you to repeat
that? Ivan Stewart asks, had B Nguyen won her fight with Jenilyn Olsen, were you looking forward towards a potential rematch with her at some point in the tournament?
Okay. So B last time जीत गई थी एक मैच, ठीक है? So वो उनके अपोनेंट के साथ, तो अगर ये जीती नहीं थी, क्या आप एक रीमैच के लिए देख रहे थे ऋतु?
Sorry, मैं समझी नहीं.
Andrew, can I ask you to repeat that again?
Sure. Had B Nguyen won her fight against Jenilyn Olsen, she might have got a spot as an alternate for the Grand Prix. Had she won, was Ritu looking forward to a potential fight with B maybe in the tournament at some stage?
Okay, Ritu, last जो मैच था, बी का जो लास्ट मैच था उनके अपोनेंट के इस तरफ से, ठीक है, वो मैच हार गई थी, ठीक है? सो अगर वो शायद से जीत जाती वो मैच, क्या आप एक रीमैच के लिए पुश करते, यू नो, क्योंकि आपका चांस लड़का जाता ग्रैंड प्री में आने के लिए, तो क्या आप एक रीमैच के लिए पोटेंशियली देखते?
बिल्कुल मैं अब भी ये चाहती हूँ कि इन फ्यूचर मेरा रीमैच बी के साथ हो, और बिल्कुल मैं दिखाना चाहती हूँ कि मतलब लास्ट टाइम जो इंडियन टाइगर से उसका फेस हुआ था उससे बिल्कुल डिफरेंट इंडियन टाइगर से उसके फेस होगा। तो बिल्कुल मैं इन फ्यूचर बिल्कुल चाहती हूँ, चाहे वो ग्रैंड प्रिक्स में आए या ना आए, लेकिन इन फ्यूचर मैं बिल्कुल उसके साथ रीमैच चाहती हूँ।
Yeah, so Andrew, she says yes, that was a fight to remember, and every bit of Ritu wants a rematch with B, and she says that the Indian Tigress, that B spot in the last match is something that she will never see ever before, and Ritu will show a completely different player, completely different face in her upcoming match, and yes, she definitely would want a rematch with B someday soon.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the best wrestler in the division against arguably the best striker in the division. This matchup has fireworks written all over it. Ladies, a huge thank you for joining us today. It's been a real pleasure speaking to you. And to our members of the media, thank you again for your questions and your time, but do stay on the line. As for the final interview of the day, we will have the reigning women's strawweight world champion, Xiong Jingnan. She'll be joining us together with the #1 ranked strawweight title challenger, Michelle Nicolini. Do stay with us.
好，谢谢小博，辛苦。
Thank you, Kaya. Thank you.
Oh dear.
One more.
One more, and then we're done. All right.
That one, yeah, that took a while too.
Yeah, I get it. There's a lot of Indian media who just want to ask Ritu everything. So fair enough. I didn't ask anything there because I thought, let those guys have it. But yeah, last one coming. Michelle Nicolini and Xiong Jingnan, the strawweight MMA champion. I will ask you again, Drake, as I have been doing each time here. Who do you think is going to win that one?
It's so hard for me to go against the Panda, Nick. It doesn't matter who she's fighting, but in this fight here, I feel like this is pretty much, for the most part, striker versus grappler, at least in terms of their strengths. That's very obvious. Nicolini, very good on the ground. Only the other person aside from Jingnan to defeat Angela Lee. So we got the Angela Lee stoppers here. Not so unstoppable when it comes to these two. But yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen somebody able to match Jingnan in the striking, at least enough to, beat her. If you look at the Angela Lee rematch, which Angela Lee did beat her in that one, came predominantly because of her grappling, which typical for Angela Lee's fights to go. She's very good there as well. But on the feet, I don't think Nicolini is going to be the one to give her too much trouble there. But if it goes to the ground, obviously that's going to be a little problematic. But I think her takedown defense is getting better and better with each new fight. And I think especially after losing to Angela in the fashion she did, something that she's kind of really been working on, and a little bit of familiarity between the two, right? With the Evolve ties, Nick. So should be interesting. And if that plays any factor at all, I guess. But
yeah,
I think Jingnan should be fine. As long as she stays on the feet, I think it should be a pretty vintage Panda performance.
Well, it just depends if the Panda pissed off Michelle at Evolve the way Angela did. I remember, I was in Kuala Lumpur for that, and a lot of the build up to that fight, Angela Lee against Michelle, was about how Michelle Nicolini was pissed off that Angela Lee had beaten her up, so to speak, in training at Evolve during a sparring session. And then Angela said, if she thinks that was me being rough, she better get ready. But Michelle won that fight. It was a bit of a shock. Everyone thought Angela was going to stroll. I think Angela kind of finally came alive in the third round, but Michelle had neutralized her pretty well in the first 2 rounds. I don't know what to make of that one, really, because Michelle looked fantastic there, but she looked pretty bad, I thought, against Tiffany Teal, right? So
it's been a while since her last fight too, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was what I was going to say as well. It's been 2 years, really, more than 2 years. So
crazy.
I'm surprised she just not fought since then. You would have thought they would have maybe jumped on that hype of the Angela win and tried to push her a bit more, but I guess they don't want to bring too much attention.
Didn't happen, Nick. It didn't even happen. It was the what is it? The Men in Black.
Yeah, exactly. The Flash. So we'll see. I don't know. That's 2 years off. Is that going to help Michelle? I'm not sure. I think Xiong has fought 3 times, maybe since then. She beat Angela. No, twice. Sorry. She lost to Angela and then she beat Tiffany. So should be a little bit more ring ready, let's say. But that's. Some people think that's a myth, ring rust and all that. We don't know. But I'm glad she's getting this shot, Michelle. That's all I'm going to say, is because I think with a win over Angela, who was atomweight champion, admittedly it was a strawweight debut in one, but coming up, I think a win over a name like Angela Lee should get you a title shot. And some people maybe thought she was passed over last time for Tiffany, but we'll see how she goes. Yeah,
I mean, hey, this is kind of better late than never. Probably her only shot she'll get, and she's like 40 now, right?
Yeah,
or up there. She's close.
Yeah, definitely could be her last shot. I'm leaning towards the Panda though. I think myself. 5 rounds. I think. Yeah, can Michelle keep up that intensity for 5 rounds? Because I think she got a little bit tired against Angela 3 rounds in. Anyway, Whitelaw's back, so I'll shut up again.
From China, the Panda, Xiong Jingnan, and the title challenger from Brazil, Michelle Nicolini. I hope you're both very well. We're very excited to have you with us here today, and thank you for your time. Let's get right to the first questions from the media. Again, a reminder, you can either put your hand up or you can send your questions in via the chat. We go first to Jack Gotzel from Tarpsoft Sports. Jack, your mic is open.
Michelle Nicolini, you have already beaten the atomweight champion in Angela Lee. You are now going to fight the strawweight champion. If you are victorious, do you believe that you are the best female fighter in one championship?
Yeah, at the moment, if I win, yes.
And thank you. And I have a question for Jingnan. You have already fought Angela Lee twice, and you have won one fight and lost the other. Are you looking to fight her for a third time in a trilogy fight at some point in your career?
既然你和那个李胜洙已经打过2次了，然后你现在而且比赛结果是1胜1负，你现在有没有想要说在将来某个时候和他再来一次，来个第3场？
当然了，当然可以，因为每次和高手对决的时候都是我喜欢做的一个事情，而且我认为和高手对决不仅能使自己进步，而且让自己会越来越变得强大。
Yeah, of course. I'm looking forward to do that. I'm always looking forward to fight the best, and to be the best, I have to fight the best.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Jack. Up next, Leon Jennings, Asian Persuasion MMA. Leon, you're unmuted.
A question for both ladies. Between the two of you, you've got 3 very competitive fights against Angela Lee. How do you see this challenge Friday night against each other compared to the challenge you had previously against Angela Lee? Maybe to Michelle first.
Michelle, como você vê esse desafio comparado aos desafios anteriores?
Vou falar em português, então, para ficar mais fácil, tá?
Por favor.
Então, eu acho que cada luta é uma luta, né? Como a gente... eu acho que fui subindo o nível de dificuldade no evento, e agora, mais do que nunca, eu acho que essa é a luta mais importante exatamente por isso mesmo, porque fomos indo, caminhando, né, step by step. Então, agora, é como se fosse... eu foco mais, assim, na luta principal do momento. Então, acho que essa talvez seja a mais difícil, a mais desafiadora até o momento no evento.
So, for me, every fight is a different fight. I prefer to go step by step, and I prefer to focus in each specific fight. And I've been rising step by step, and I think this is going to be the hardest fight, but I try not to think in advance, and I try to stay focused in the present.
既然你和那个李胜洙打过，你觉得这次这个对手和他这场比赛比起跟李胜洙比赛，哪个更难，或者说哪个对你来说更具有挑战性？打尼克里尼和打李胜洙。
我认为2个都具有挑战性，但是我和利格妮妮我俩是第1次对决，所以可能对于我来讲挑战性会更大一点。因为其实我和利格妮妮我俩并没有太多的去交流，就是有一些沟通，但是我还是对他蛮尊重的。可是他来到我位置要拿着我的金腰带，我认为这是不可能的。
Well, fighting Nicolini or fighting Angela Lee are both like a lot of competitive for me. But I have been facing Angela Lee twice, and I know her very well. But I haven't studied Nicolini much more, and I have a little conversation with her before, but I don't know her that well. So I think this one is more competitive for me for now. But I think she wants to take my belt, and that's impossible.
Jingnan, one more for you. What are your thoughts on the Grand Prix, the One Atomweight Grand Prix? And was there any temptation or talks for you to compete in it? There were a few rumours.
Sorry, could you repeat your question, sir?
Yeah, what does Jingnan think about the One Atomweight Grand Prix? And was there any temptation or talks for her to compete in the Grand Prix?
你怎么看待和你在同张战卡这个8人赛？有没有之前说过和你可能和与你有相关的事情？这场8人赛
没有太理解，什么意思？我没有太理解。
就是这场8人赛，它这个决出胜负也好，怎么样的，会不会将来和你在某个时间段有关联呢？
我认为有吧，说不定我也可以参与进去，然后去打那个原子量级这个级别。而且我认为，现在在这个战卡里的每一个运动员都有可能会将成为我的一个对手。
Well, I see all 8 competitors in this Grand Prix could be a potential contender to fight against me, and I think I'm very interested in this Grand Prix. Actually, I've been thinking about joining it before, and I'm very interested in fighting the winner in the future.
Thank you. Good luck Friday, both of you.
Thank you, Leon. Our next question comes from China. Yongwu Zedi asks, you are now the one and only MMA world champion in your country. Do you feel any pressure, and is this a must-win situation?
既然你现在是中国唯一的一个综合格斗世界冠军，男子女子都是，你是唯一的一个，这个会不会给你带来一些特定的压力？然后你会不会觉得这个比赛是必须赢的这么一个局面？
其实对于我来讲，一直都有压力，因为肩上的责任非常的重。但是这是一个好的事情，因为有压力才有动力嘛，把压力化为成动力，才能让你更加的去努力的想进步，想变得越来越强，让自己越来越优秀。而且这一次对我来说，是我必须要拿下比赛，继续捍卫我的荣誉，捍卫我的金腰带，把金腰带留在中国。
Yeah, actually, I've been feeling pressure all the time from all my fights, all my last fights, and I feel like this is a must-win situation. I want to keep this belt in my country forever.
We'll go now to Dylan Bowker of My MMA News. Dylan, your mic is open.
Appreciate you taking my call. My first question was for Xiong Jingnan, because speaking to Meng Bo earlier, and she was, likening you to a big sister, seemed, especially inspired competing on this same card with you. I'm kind of wondering for Jingnan, how does it feel just, being such an inspiration to fellow Chinese fighters?
既然刚才在你的采访之前采访孟博的时候，他说他把你叫做大姐，叫做南哥，然后他说和你在同一张战卡上比赛，他觉得特别的，就是特别冷静吧，觉得自己毫无压力，然后还觉得说你是大家的这个保护一样的。你怎么样看待你给这个年轻一代或者说其他的女子选手带来这样的一个温暖的这么一个事情呢？
其实对于我来讲，我真的是。不管和任何一个运动员去比赛，我真的非常的尊重。但是这是竞技，没有办法，是2个人在场上必须得有一个是成功，有一个人是站着，一个人是倒下的。所以，但是我想，以我一个正能量的一个标准，或者是我在场上的一种精神，不服输的精神，能够带动更多的人，也能够让更多的人能够看到我以身作则，做一个正能量的，让我可以看到我不仅在场上的一种。不服输的精神，也能知道我在场下也是 一样如此。然后不管经历面对再大的一个困难的时候，我们都不会放弃，不会抛弃，相信自己，我们可以做到，我们比想象中的自己更强大。
Yeah, I feel glad, I feel honored to inspire so many athletes in my country or outside my country, and I always want to show respect, honor, and fight. Although this is a fight game that when you fight, one is standing, another is landing on the ground, but I'm always trying to show people how to be a good person, show people justice, show people kindness, everything. I hope that more and more fighters will be inspired by this kind of inspiration.
That's a great sentiment for sure. But just as a quick follow up to Michelle here, I'm curious because this is such a historic card. All women competing, and you're in the main event, challenging for a world title against a dominant champion here. Just all factors considered, how are you feeling leading into this one?
Michelle, então, ele pergunta como você está se sentindo, considerando que esse é um evento só de mulheres, as melhores lutadoras, como você está se sentindo com relação a tudo isso?
Eu acho que é uma honra, primeiro de tudo, estar lutando num card exclusivamente feminino, né? Eu acho que uma vai motivando a outra a fazer lutas melhores a cada hora lá no evento. E eu tenho certeza que as meninas, as mulheres são super competitivas e ninguém vai deixar a desejar, né? Então, estou bem feliz em fazer parte e ansiosa para ver alguns combates também, além do meu.
So, first of all, she feels very honored to be in only female card, and she is sure that everybody will be very competitive and all the girls will do their best and one will incentivize the other with their performance and everybody will do very fine. But she is also very honored, very happy, but also a bit anxious to form part because it's a high level.
Thanks so much for the time and the insights.
Thank you. Next up, we're going to go to Nick Atkin from SCMP MMA. Nick, your mic is open.
Hey, I don't think it's open yet. I don't know. You need to
give Nick a moment.
Yeah, you just got to hit unmute if anyone can listen to me.
Nick, are you with us?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Sorry, someone hadn't pressed the unmute button. It wasn't my fault. Anyway, this one is for Michelle. Michelle, when you beat Angela Lee 2 years ago, were you surprised that you didn't get a title shot immediately?
Michelle, quando você derrotou a Angela Lee faz 2 anos, você ficou surpresa com a repercussão ou com a falta de repercussão que teve? O que você achou da situação?
Não, na verdade, eu só sigo o que o evento quer que eu faça, entendeu? Eles acharam melhor dar a chance para a Another Girl, né, a outra menina, a Tiffany. Ela estava uma posição na minha frente, eu acho, no ranking, e deram essa chance para ela. Então, eu sabia que a minha hora ia chegar. Depois de eu ter vencido a Ângela, nós fizemos uma luta muito dura, muito boa, e cedo ou tarde minha hora ia chegar, então eu estava pacientemente esperando.
So I was patiently waiting because I only follow what the event does me to do. So I knew that my time was to come. So I just focus into that, and I let them give the repercussion that they saw fit.
And did they try and offer you any other fights? And did you say, no, I want to fight Xiong Jingnan, I want to fight for the title? Was there any other fights that they tried to give you first during the last 2 years?
Teve alguma luta que eles tentaram te dar e que você disse, não, eu não quero fazer, eu quero lutar com a Jing primeiro? Ou teve alguma situação do tipo?
Não, não teve. A gente estava só treinando, esperando eles darem alguma luta, mas até a luta que apareceu era mesmo com a Xiong Jingnan, mas daí veio a pandemia e nós tivemos que cancelar o evento.
No, there wasn't. We were just training as we had to do, and I was just waiting for them to give us the fight they had to give, and the fight happened to be with Jung. But then came the pandemic, and that messed up everything. So I was just there focusing on my training and waiting for them to give the fight they had to give me.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. And I just have a question for Xiong Jingnan as well. I'm sure you're very happy to be giving your own division, the strawweight division, some prominence, given that the atomweight division has been taking a lot of the spotlight and the attention. You know, you're in the main event, but you know, if you win this fight, would you like to see One Championship sign some more fighters for the strawweight division and maybe do a tournament there to determine your next challenger? You know, how interested are you in seeing them really beef up this division with some more talent?
晋南就是现在你看这个原子量级他们搞这个8人赛啊等等的，当然了，你现在是草量级当之无愧的王，但是你有没有想过，就是说，哎，我也想让赛事方把这个草量级也搞一搞这种8人赛啊，或者签更多的从外面签更多的高手进来，能让这个级别更对你来说更有挑战性，有没有过这些想法？
当然有啊，不只是现在有，是在以前就有过这种想法，因为你要知道，每一个运动员，你能够让自己变得强大，足够让自己每次进步的话，你只有和更高、更强的一些运动员去不断的去比赛也好，在学习也好，因为在比赛的过程中，你可以看到自己不足，也可以看到自己非常优秀的一面。所以，当你比赛结束以后，你会知道你要继续去锻炼哪一方面。所以，我认为这是一个很好的想法。
Yeah, I've been thinking about it all the time. I would definitely like to see more fighters signing One Championship for strawweight. Here's the thing: if you want to be a better version of yourself, you have to fight more better athletes, fight more masters. That's the only way how you find out your own weaknesses. So definitely, I would like to see things like that happen.
Okay, thank you both of you, and good luck for the fight.
Thank you to Nick. We'll take our next question from Carl Batong-Bakal, who comes from International Business Times. Carl, your mic is open. Please ask your question. Carl, are you with us?
Yeah, hi, hello. Yeah, I just granted with permission to use the audio. For both fighters, I just wanted to ask, what do you think is in the future for you guys? Do you see any potential fights, or like a dream fight, either within one or with a cross promotion in the near future?
Jingnan first.
Yes.
晋南，你对你就是现在先跳过眼下这场比赛啊，你对你的将来有没有什么比较大的想法？举例子，就是记者举的例子说，有没有想过想在ONE能够和其他赛事组织的这种交互性的冠军、P冠军啊这种的比赛来一场这样的比赛？
当然可以，这个就像我刚才说过的一样嘛，就是如果想进步的话，就是和更高不同的运动员去比赛，因为这样的话你会接触不同的一个技术。所以我说了，这也是一个很好的一个想法。但如果可以，我肯定是愿意的。
有没有什么具体的你现在想点的对手呢
？No， 我不想在One Championship的这个比赛中去点到别的一个赛事的一些人，懂我的。但是我什么都可以，没有问题，给我任何人都是 OK 的。
Yeah, definitely. Like I just said, in order to be the best, you have to fight the best. I wouldn't point out any opponent from another promotion since I'm a One Championship veteran. I don't want to do that, but definitely I would love to fight against another champion from another promotion in the future.
I would ask to repeat the question so I can translate to Michelle, please.
Okay, for sure. My question is basically, for Michelle, would she be open to a dream fight with any other promotion or with someone from one championship after this fight with Xiong Jingnan?
Tá, Michelle, você tem alguma luta que para você seria a luta dos sonhos? Você estaria aberta com alguém de uma luta de alguém de outro campeonato? Como é para você?
Eu vou continuar feliz, seguindo os passos aí que o evento me mandar, entendeu? Se eles ainda tem muita menina nessa categoria, eu nunca lutei na 5-2 nesse evento, quem sabe também no futuro eu me arrisque para alguma luta, mas é isso, eu tô feliz e com o andamento das coisas que eles vão passando para mim e o que eles estiverem reservando, eu vou seguir.
So I'm happy with what is proposed to me by the championship, and I just want to follow the steps that are proposed to me and stay focused in my training. But of course, I would love maybe to have a fight with someone from 5'2", but I just stay open, and I'm very happy with the sequence things are taking, and I just follow what the event is proposing me.
All right, thank you very much, and good luck on your fight on Friday.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carl. We take our next question from Raj Shekhar from Essentially Sports. Go ahead, Raj.
Hello. First of all, congratulations to both the women for headlining such a historic event. Now, my first question would be to Michelle Nicolini. Firstly, Michelle, you have been on a stellar run in the division. You have faced some of the best fighters on the roster. And you're also a former BJJ champion. While we all know the champion as a striker, and she has also added some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu into her arsenal, do you feel that she will dare to go into the ground game with you?
Então, a pergunta é, tomando todo esse campeonato, você é mais conhecida pelo strike, né, por acertar de longe, mas você também tem o Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Ele pergunta se você se sente confiante caso a luta vá para o chão.
Acho que era ao contrário a pergunta. Mas, assim, a luta, como eu disse, a gente estava para lutar, como desde o começo da pandemia, né, então eu tive mais tempo ainda de focar nos meus treinos em pé, acrescentei modalidades novas no meu treinamento, então se a luta for em pé, se a luta for pro chão, vai estar tudo bem. Nós temos planos para os dois.
So, since the pandemic, she had time to train everything, so she feels very confident either standing, either in the ground. She feels confident that she will do her best and she will be able to be in a good situation and sort herself out, either in striking, either in the floor.
Now, a question would be to Zing about the particular thing. Like, obviously, the champion has been a great striker, but what does she feel about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu playing a pivotal role in the entire fight?
竟然我们知道你是一个非常强悍的打击手啊，可以说是目前冠军赛女子级别里面最强的。但是面对这样一个多届的柔术世界冠军，你怎么看待这场比赛？你怎么应对这样的一个对手呢？
但是其实真的很尊重他，因为第一开始我刚来新加坡以 golf 的时候，就是有听到过他。然后那时候就是蛮想和他，就是能够如果有机会可以一起学习，就向他去请教这样子。但是最后慢慢我们成为了那个即将所以呢，其实是满怀着一种尊重。再一个就是，对于他，我已经知道他的地面是相当的好了，然后其实挺佩服的，也挺开心。开心的是我可以和这样的地面的一个强者去比赛，这是我真的非常开心的一件事情。但是当面临着所有的事情来临的时候，我最好的办法就是相信自己，去努力的在最近备战的这段时间，不断的去学习一些新的技术，然后希望在这次比赛中能够展现出来，拿下比赛。
Yeah, first of all, I want to show my respect to Nicolini one more time. And actually, I heard about Michelle when I first joined Evolve MMA. I know she was a fantastic grappler. She was the master of jiu-jitsu. I always trying to have a conversation with her, to learn from her, to see her as a good BJJ teacher. But eventually, we come to this fight as opponent to each other. I actually been preparing for some very new techniques, very new skill sets for this fight, and I want to show that in my upcoming fight.
Michelle, ela queria dizer que demonstra todos os respeitos para você e sabe que você é muito boa no jiu-jitsu, quer aprender muito com você, mas que ela também está pronta para te enfrentar e que também muito honrada de estar lutando com você.
Obrigada. Também é uma honra para mim estar lutando com ela e como ela mesma disse, né, a gente para ser melhor tem que lutar com os melhores, então eu acho que nós duas estamos no caminho certo, mais do que nunca, e é isso, eu acho que nós vamos ter ali um combate muito bom.
She would like to thank the other fighter, and as she said, to be the best, to improve, we have to fight with the best. And
we go now to our next question, which comes from Godumi from China. Your opponent, Michelle, has very high-level grappling and BJJ skills, even better than Angela Lee, maybe.
What happened
Do
there?
you see her as your toughest test yet?
No
for
idea.
Jingnan?
静南这个问题其实和之前差不多啊，就是说那个米歇尔，他的这个摔柔啊，这个巴西柔术的这个技术，很强，甚至很多粉丝认为可能比你之前对手李胜洙还强一点。你会不会觉得你是否看待这场比赛，觉得是你这最硬的一个考验？在你这个卫冕的历史上是一个最硬的考验。
到目前为止，米歇尔是我遇到过是最强的一个对手，因为我们大家都知道他地面真的是非常的好，甚至可能是超越了所有人认为的安吉拉里。但是这就是对于我来说是一个很好的一个比赛，因为这个能够促使你让你自己变得更优秀，只有你自己更优秀了、更强大了，你的对手才会渺小。所以很感谢赛斯给我安排一个更高的一个对手，来让我去展现自己，证明自己。
Yeah, I think Michelle definitely is the one of the best fighter and probably the best grappler and BJJ fighter in my title defending history ever faced. Probably better than Angela Lee, and but I think it's also a good opportunity for me, because I think if I win this fight, I wouldn't be afraid of any grappler anymore.
Eduardo, apologies, I couldn't hear you on the previous question. Would you like to finish your translation for that one? On the previous answer?
No, it was a conversation in between both of them. She just said she also feels very honored to fight with her, and that, as she said, if we want to be the best, we have to fight with the best. So she's also very honored to be fighting with her. Just that.
Thank you. Our next question comes in from Fight Game Asia, who says to Jingnan, is Michelle Nicolini only dangerous on the ground, or do you think she can stand and trade with you?
静南，你觉得在你眼里看来，米歇尔他的危险是仅仅在于地面上吗？还是你觉得在站立上他也有足够的实力和你换两拳？
我认为就是你不能去用一个单项的项目去给这个一个运动员去强加在他身上。我认为米歇尔在这段时间肯定也去不断的去学习 boxing 和 T-game boxing， 所以我认为他也是在进步的一个过程。对于我来讲，我从不会认为米歇尔是一个单一的运动员，我始终认为他是一个很好的，也是一个全方位的运动员。
Yeah, as high level as fighter as me or Michelle, everybody's well-rounded. I wouldn't call her just a grappler. And I think to fight against me, she must be prepared for a lot of boxing and kickboxing for sure. And so I'm ready to face any kind of threats from her.
Thank you. This one goes to Michelle. Do you think you're the best grappler in one championship? And do you plan to move down to atomweight and challenge Angela Lee for the belt this time?
Então você acha que você é a melhor no rola, no agarra, ou você acha que tem alguém melhor e você está pronta para a luta com a Angela Lee? Como você vê tudo isso?
Yeah, I think I'm the best grappler, the female grappler at one championship at the moment. And yeah, could be a good challenge for me, go down to atomweight, maybe to challenge Angela. Why not?
I'd like to offer a huge thank you to both ladies. This should be a very memorable matchup indeed for the strawweight world title. Thank you for joining us, and a big thank you to all of our media joining us from around the world. My name is Andrew Whitelaw. It's been a real pleasure to have you join us today. Remember that you can keep up to date with all the latest information from the One Championship website, as well as pr@onefc.com if you need any information on our athletes and on our fighters. Until then, remember to catch One Empower this Friday, September the 3rd, and have a great day. It's been a real pleasure.
Oh, thank God.
Nick, you hit him with the Snitsky there. Wasn't my fault.
Wasn't my fault. Well, every time, great. Every time they were coming to me, they'd be, "Oh, where are you? Can you hear us?" And then they haven't offered me the button where you press unmute, so it wasn't my fault. Definitely.
I know. I don't think
Snitsky,
that.
well.
Throwback. I don't think that it wasn't connecting my mic to Zoom, so I just wasn't even gonna bother with talking.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a hassle because I have to press a couple of buttons each time.
Right.
Brought in, but yeah, that was long. 4 hours, 1 minute. We're coming up on 4 hours and 2 minutes since we started. So wow, if anyone stayed through the whole thing for that, I appreciate you, and everyone who joined. I appreciate you for watching. I don't know what else there is to say. Probably don't need to say much more. We'll leave it for a preview on, I think, Thursday morning. We're looking to try and get Mitch Chilson or Michael Chavello, someone like that from One's broadcast team to help us preview the card. I'm sure Chris will be there as well, and Leon. Who else? We'll see. But I don't know, Drake. Final thoughts? To throw it to you.
I'm just ready for it to happen. You know, it's been
so ready, yeah.
Tumultuous,
so hyped
journey. Well, I mean, that was a little draining, and I did a full podcast before jumping on here, Nick. So,
yeah,
a little.
Yeah, so I won't keep you, man. Get out of here.
It's all good. All good.
I'm gonna eat very soon, but yeah.
I think I'll join the live stream though, if you don't mind. I might stay up for this one.
Yeah, more the merrier. We will be having a fight companion on Friday night, Singapore time, Hong Kong time, Friday morning on the other side of the world in America, Canada. Dylan Bowker, as he's now known.
Dylan.
Yeah, you might have heard Dylan on the stream there. A few questions from him. Nice ones as always. Legendary hair on Mr. Whitelaw. Yeah, that block, the green screen. Mr. Whitelaw needs to sort his green screen out. It looked like he didn't have correct lighting. You know, Drake, you have a green screen. What does he need to do?
He's got to put it behind him. That's what he's got to do. Because I don't know how much notice he had, but probably not enough time to get a green screen. Because on Zoom, you can do the backgrounds. It doesn't matter if you have a green screen or not, but obviously it looks a lot better if you have an actual green screen.
Yeah. Oh, okay. He's using Zoom. Okay. Because I when I do them here, I actually need a green or a blue
Right,
behind me, and
exactly.
I need good lighting. And then otherwise, it looks shit. But
Yeah, on Zoom, you
yeah.
can just throw them on there.
Ocean Lamb said, amazing moderator. Mr. Whitelaw has I liked Andy on that. Obviously, he's done some interviews for us, but yeah, I think that's very good role. Hopefully, he can do some more of that for One Championship. I know he was looking to join them in some capacity on the broadcast side. So good luck. Yeah, he was brought in. I don't know how late it was. I think Rich Franklin was meant to do it because Gianni is opening his new gym, and then Rich couldn't do it. Yeah, so Andrew stepped in.
He's living over there, right? So
yeah, exactly. Oh no, he's in Malaysia now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, he moved. But yes, he used to do this similar job for Fox News in Singapore, so he knows how to do it. I thought he was good. And yeah, I don't know what else there is to say. It's been emotional. 4 hours. Yeah, and Drake's done 6 hours or so. I think. When did your podcast start? Yeah,
roughly around there. It was good to hang though.
Yeah. Yo, he's just texted me actually. I don't want to put him on blast, but he says, "Yeah, it was short notice." I'll say that.
He jumped right to our stream right after that. What a guy!
Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, 4 hours, man.
I don't know, Nick. Have you already said which fight you think will be the best one of the night?
I feel like I've been talking about this tournament and this card for a year,
roughly,
and nothing much has changed. I'm still really looking forward to Denice and Ham the most, and I think that'll steal the show. Yeah, I will make all our official picks maybe on the preview, but that one should be a barn burner. Interesting to see Ham just really dismiss Denice. She does not think Denice is up to much, and I don't know that overconfidence because Denice's record. Look at it, not the best opponents, but she did completely destroy Mei Yamaguchi, who is good, which is the outlier for me.
The unfinishable Yamaguchi.
Yes, she looked battered and bruised at the end of that. That's the thing that makes this fight interesting to me, because yes, if you look at Denice's other opponents, it's the skill level maybe you can question compared to Ham's fight record, but that Yamaguchi fight, that's a real indicator of what Denice can do, and I do think there'll be a size difference at play, and that's the intriguing one for me. Jin Karasu says, I don't know about you guys. I'm looking forward to Jackie Buntan fighting. Yeah, that's almost like a little bonus, isn't it, for us? So we got these prelims
too,
now. Yeah, Anissa Meksen's debut. I love having prelims. Shame about the Grace Cleveland fight falling through. I think Grace was injured. I hope Jenalyn gets some kind of reward. Maybe another alternate bout.
Just put her in the tournament. Fuck it.
Yeah, she may do. I mean, if the lightweight Grand Prix is anything to go by, they're going to need more than one alternate. You're going to need about 5. So, who knows? You might even see B come in. You never know. You might see Lynn come in off a loss against Ritu. Yeah, if they plan on having a quick turnaround, especially, they initially wanted it to be done by the end of this year. I don't think that'll be possible now, but they really wanted to have one fight every 6 weeks, I think.
Well, the idea was Angela fights the winner in November, right? That's what they hoped for, which is like,
they wanted the final in September, which would have meant 4 fights for whoever fought Angela in the space of May to November, which is, I want to say 6 months, which is insane. So hopefully they ease up a little bit on that. Because you're going to have people coming in as alternates and things like that, and I don't want to see that. Who you got, Denice or Ham? Oh God. Yeah, I'm putting my wild pick. I'm just thinking Denice somehow. There's always going to be one big shock, and I can just see some kind of shock here. This would be seismic. The size difference in terms of height or muscle. I think definitely height. And let me look at the.
Yeah, we should pull that up.
Yeah.
Why speculate? But yeah, I mean, naturally, Ham's going to be one of, if not the smallest fighter in the whole tournament. We kind of knew that going in. But since joining one and preparing for this entire tournament, she has noticeably and said it that she's been working on packing on muscle. You can just look at her. She's pretty
she looks
shredded right now. So
yeah. 5'2" is Ham, 158 centimeters, and Denice is also 5'2".
Oh, wow.
No height difference there. I think Denice might have a little bit more muscle though, but as Drake said, Ham's looking a little bit bigger than herself, and she's no idiot. She will have known this. The reach, 157. We don't know Denice's reach. I'm just going off Tapology. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong there. I do think it will be apparent there will be a little bit of size difference at play. But yeah, Ham's had a lot of time to bulk up if she needs. They've known about this for a while. Remember. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say the extra time, if it was gonna help anybody, would probably have been in terms of, dealing with that size, honestly.
Yeah. Well, what did I say? Jin, just remember Ham fought Hamasaki with improved striking. Shout out to Ghost for highlighting that. Ham looking beefy. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. I stand by. I like to make stupid picks sometimes, and ones that are not logical. I think Denice is gonna somehow get an upset. Yeah, I can just see one big shock in this first round, and that would be the biggest shock of all. I think, you wouldn't be too shocked if Alyona beat Stamp because she's already done it. You wouldn't be too shocked if Itsuki against Alyse. I don't think you'd be too shocked if Alyse won because, like some people pointed out in the chat here, she has got some pedigree in Invicta. People don't really know, and you could also question Itsuki's opponents, who she's fought. And would it be a shock if Ritu beat Meng Bo? That would be a shock for me.
Yeah,
but if Ritu was just able to wrestle Meng Bo for 3 rounds, I wouldn't be super surprised. Wouldn't be stunning.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what she has to do, I would say.
Yeah. So there is no other path to victory. So that's what I mean. It wouldn't shock me if Ritu just goes in and does that, and Meng can't do what she does best. So yeah, I think this is the chance for a real shocker. And surprising things often happen in MMA. So
that they do. Just look at the look at one on TNT. Let's look at that stretch.
Yeah. Aishin Lam thinks if Ritu beats Meng Bo, that'll be a shocker. Yeah, I think it would be still. But I just mean we see a clear path to victory if she's gonna win, and there's not going to be a knockout there. You know what I mean? Arthur Antonio Nguyen says, it turns out Denice is the same height as Ham. I wonder who has more muscle. Yeah, I thought Denice would be a little bit taller. I've never actually covered a fight live with Denice, so I've not interviewed her in person. So I would have known roughly the height if I had. Yeah, I would have been the same height as her. No, I'm slightly bigger.
Judging off your own metrics.
yeah. I got a rough feel for it, like I've stood next to B Nguyen, and I know that she's sort of 5 foot, pretty much 5'1". I mean, look, what is B?
That sounds roughly right around there.
Yeah, she's pretty small. 4'11". There you go. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I've stood next to Stamp, so I know Stamp is taller than B. When they fought in Kuala Lumpur, but I have not had that with Denice.
Yeah.
because of the pandemic. So yeah, I'm a little surprised they're both the height, same height. Jin, the difference is the size. Says Ghost Phantom. Hamasaki might be more skilled, but size display a factor. Topology says both are 5'2", yeah. And you have to consider that Ham and Hamasaki fought in a ring with corners while they are fighting with the cage circle here. Alyse Anderson is a giant, points out Arthur, for atomweight being 5'5".
Well, the interesting thing about that and Alyse Anderson's inclusion in this, despite that height that you're pointing out, Arthur, is, if we mention Ham, who's coming up, Alyse Anderson is also coming up to strawweight. I don't know if she's actually ever fought at 115 pounds, and I mean general strawweight, if I said it right there. She might have, but she's mostly known in Invicta as a 105-pound atom weight, which it's different here. So she's actually going up as well, which I find very interesting. And in terms of frame and actual muscle that you're talking about, she might actually be smaller compared to, of course, Meng Bo and Itsuki, I would assume. So, and then even Denice, like everybody who's already in one, let's put it that way. So, that's going to be very interesting to see how she also handles that, despite having some length advantages.
Aryan asking for a prediction on every fight in the Grand Prix. We're going to go into it a little bit more on Thursday, I think, Aryan. But we're going to do a quick fire predictions. Just, Drake, if you give me your 4 winners.
Yep. Yeah, so I got Ham, Meng Bo, Itsuki, and then Stamp. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jingnan in the main event.
I'm gonna stick with my Denice pick. Just you got to ride or die on these things. I think Stamp, and if they are on the same side of the bracket, Stamp Denice would be a great semi-final, given they used to be teammates and they're friends still, I think. And then you've got Itsuki or Alyse. I think Alyse might do something there, and Meng Bo, I think. But what do I know? What do I know?
I think Itsuki and Anderson's my toss-up, honestly. I could see that one.
Yes.
I'm least confident in that.
Arthur says, I wonder if that helps Alyse Anderson. It will allow her to put muscle on her big frame.
True.
Alyse is the second tallest atomweight in the sport, points out WMMAC Now, who is a complete encyclopedia of WMMA, just like Drake. Shim Yuri also fights this weekend, measures at 5'6".
That is that's pretty tall for that weight class. For sure. Is Shim fighting at 115 or 105, Chuck?
Anderson is an unknown product, being out for a year plus. Yes.
Still have a rough idea though of what to expect. I mean, the new elements and rule set and everything like that for her too. Like at least for Seo Hee, who's coming back up, like I mentioned, she has fought under these kind of rules before, despite maybe some of those questions asked.
Yeah. Okay. That about wraps it up, I guess. Anything else, Drake, you want to say? What's coming up for you? What have you got going on in life? And where can everyone see it?
At Drake Riggs _ on Twitter and Instagram, mostly Twitter guy, youtube.com/Drake Riggs, the various outlets aside from SCMP that I contribute for. Spoke to Meng Bo one-on-one before this tournament, caught up with her. You can check that out here on the channel. Good fun with her always. I think we got some good chemistry. Then just dropped today, spoke to Melissa Gatto, who made her UFC debut at UFC 265, broke poor Victoria Leonardo's arm. Fun chat with her. Miami news for that one dropped today. Spoke to Eric Ghost Pepper Gonzalez, looking to get in the UFC. I'll be dropping tomorrow. And interviewing, got some things lined up, but I never like to talk about them until they're done, of course. So yeah, always staying busy. And at the end of the month, because it's about to be September, be back on the scene. I feel like it's been forever, Nick, since I was on the ground. It's been a while already. So back to Vegas coming up soon.
Oh, great. Yeah. When is the next show? End of September, is it?
Yeah, International
UFC.
Fight Week. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, look out for Drake there. Yeah, we'll have B Nguyen tomorrow. I've got her at 10:30 in the morning, so that one should be up tomorrow. John JHK also spoke to Ham. If you haven't seen that interview, go check it out at some point afterwards. And I've got Chatri after the show, I think on Monday next. So it'll be next week, but we'll get all of his reaction to that.
Rue's right. Rue's right. I did forget to plug the WMA Today podcast every Monday, 6:30 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah.
We just had that wrapped that before I came here. So check that out on the Scraps YouTube channel. Of course.
Yeah,
Thank you, Rue.
Please check it out. Please go support Drake in any way you can. And yeah, thanks. Keep supporting us as well, of course. We appreciate it. We'll have a fight companion, like I said, on Friday night for this One in Power card, where we will begin about half an hour before maybe and give all of our nonsense picks there. But we'll be a little bit more in depth for a preview on Thursday as well. And like I say, might have Mitch or Michael Chavello on that one, where we'll really break down the card as best we can. And I think that's about it for now. Yeah, I'm coming up on 4.5 hours, so I'm desperate to leave.
I'm starving.
So, yeah, I'm so starving. Yeah. I'm gonna go eat. Yeah, all right. I really appreciate everyone for watching, liking, subscribing, commenting. You don't know how much it means to us, and please continue supporting us and Drake and everyone who contributes to the channel, JHK as well. But yeah, thank you again. We'll see you hopefully later this week.